Yes, right.
First of all, a very good morning to one and all. I am Anil Bhatkar from FRBSc Computer Science Department of FSP Mandali Ramnarayan Ria College. And I would like to welcome you all to this two-day intercollegiate workshop. And this is the second day of the workshop. So now I would like to request Mr. Deep Mody sir to continue with the workshop. Over to you, Deep sir.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. I would just request everybody else to go on mute if that helps. Yeah, I think Ridhima just went on mute and everybody else is quiet. Thank you amazingly for that. Just a quick word before we begin. The presentations, which were the assignments which were given, these are real practical ways where you can leverage upon getting an honest feedback in your idea from a multi-departmental function and a perspective. And I hope everyone has seen that 20-minute video which I had shared yesterday. If you have not, do that. And I think we will be pretty good to begin with today's day. So what we're going to try and speak about is a lot towards specifics of leadership skills which are needed. Leadership skills in terms of what kind of competencies you can display, the way you can try and approach people management and the organization. That is something what we would try and begin with. Heather would begin sharing her screen in a while. But then apart from the presentation, what truly matters is the kind of discussions that we would try and step into. So yes, here's a quick scenario that I really want to build upon before we step into the conversation today. So today's premises are going to be on discussing what truly works as an individual and as a professional when you're trying to drive an organization or leadership skills. So when I say this, I'm sure you can think about a lot of such examples and people around you who are successful business people, and they may not even have the basic academic qualification. They might not have even finished the school. You could definitely find a lot of people who are able to achieve a lot, make a lot of money, even without really having the kind of formal education that we are talking about right now. And these people still do it. How do they do that? What is so different? It is something the skills that we are going to try and discuss upon. So, Heather, may I invite you to try and begin the topic, sharing some insights, if that truly helps?
Well, sorry, you want me to share the screen?
Yeah, that'll help. And you can speak a little about the idea of emotional intelligence per se. That's something that we intend to speak about today. So Heather can certainly guide us in terms of some leadership skills.
So I'm a participant right now, so I cannot share my screen.
Let me just see if that access can be arranged. Abhijit, if you can get it. Abhijit, could you just look at having screen share access?
I do not have it right now.
No, I was just talking to Abhijit. I think he's the host.
Oh.
Yeah, if he could probably give that access.
Can everyone mute themselves, please? Make sure your mics are muted.
Well, Abhijit, if you can hear us, we would really want you to try and explore sharing the screen option. Let me figure something. Give me a second.
Okay. So while he's figuring that out, I'm just going to go ahead and talk a little bit about emotional intelligence really quickly. Mm. Can everyone mute their microphones, please? Thank you very much. Okay.
Heather, you should be able to share now. I think the access is arranged.
Yes, I just saw that it switched over to you. Okay. Okay. So a little bit of what we're going to just talk about is something you've probably heard before. We've all heard the term IQ, which is intelligent quotient, but EQ is emotional quotient and emotional intelligence. So especially in today's world where it's pretty much impossible to get some alone time, and especially with the pressures that we feel to engage with each other online and have an online presence, it's very important that we understand ourselves to as much depth as we possibly can. So emotional intelligence, in a formal definition, is the capacity to be aware of, control, and express our emotions. So all three of those are very important. We need to be aware of, have control, and be able to express. So in our interpersonal relationships, these three facets will help us lead a happier life for ourselves and for those that we care about. So there are 5 official components to emotional intelligence: self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. So for those of us who kind of like to kind of hide away and study, and we don't really feel that comfortable interacting with other people, or we'd rather not, that is something unique to our character that we can love and appreciate. There's extroversion, there's introversion, and there's a huge wide range of things in between. So to think that there's something wrong if you're not an extremely social butterfly is absolutely silly. We need all kinds of people. But something that I personally have been discovering myself as well is that sometimes I don't want to interact with other people, but I have to. And in various ways, the 3 things of being aware that I feel this way, but being okay with it. But I have to have awareness of what's going on inside of myself. And I'm 35 years old right now, and I'll tell you, it has taken me very recently have I started discovering things about myself, and I'm pretty sure for the rest of our lives, we discover these things about ourselves continuously. So however old you are right now, and if you feel confused about some things about yourself or about other people, that's completely normal. It's a lifelong process, and it's always changing. So having the awareness of it, I meditate a lot. Meditation has been extraordinarily helpful for me. It's completely changed my life and saved my life in many ways, and I highly recommend it for being able to like dive inside of yourself and learn a little bit more about the quietude that goes on in your mind and your body. And if anybody has any questions about it, I'd love to talk about the practice. I do it every morning for at least an hour, and I shove everything else out of the way to make time for it. And in a crazy plugged-in, fast-paced world, it's really very important to do for ourselves. So further controlling. So once we come to some realizations about ourselves, it's important that we control and express these things. So I know in different cultures and different families and different types of relationships, sometimes we feel like we can't express ourselves. Or we can only express a little bit of ourselves in a certain way. And this is something that in samsara and me personally try to champion. It's the role of artistic expression. So part of controlling the things that we know about ourselves is being able to express it, but we can't necessarily say directly to someone, this is how I feel, take it. It's really, it's harsh. And even though our point gets across, it may not carry the respect for ourselves as an adult, or becoming adult humans and other adults, or even in our interactions with animals and other beings on earth with us. So the role of artistic expression is really important. So whether that is through a creative way that you decide to organize your code, whether that's through another hobby that you have, like painting, or a physical activity, running, these other things can be expressions of our emotions. So we have the whole soul, mind, body complex that we're working with. So our egos, our ids, our psychologies, all of these things are beautiful puzzle or pieces to our puzzle that help us live a fulfilling life where we can be kind and loving to ourselves and kind and loving to each other. And in a world where everything is online now and we feel so much pressure to just go, go, go and respond right now, you have every single right to demand of yourself and the people around you that you have this time and space to really develop your emotional intelligence. What's going on inside of me, and how can I work with these beautiful gifts of emotion and feeling, because we're not robots. How do I work with these beautiful gifts with myself and others? So these are things that are really, really, really important and are kind of skipped over a lot in formal schooling, and even with a lot of our families, these things don't come up in conversation, but it's really important and loving to ourselves that we include this in our daily life. So Deep, I think you added a couple slides. Sure, here. So IQ can help you to be successful for 20%, but the remaining 80% is your emotional intelligence. So there's what we learn in our formal education and what we do to check the boxes. Okay, I got that piece of paper. Okay, I've got that title. Okay, I've got these things. But again, really, and Deep will talk about it a little bit later, you have the formal systems and the formal structures that we're all in, like robots a little bit, but there's all the soft animal parts of who we are, and really we're humans first, and we're parts of a system later. So the there's the street smart. Really, street smarts is the emotional intelligence that we have, and something that I discovered, and we may bring it up later, but I went through undergraduate and a graduate degree. And when I got, it felt comfortable while I was in school. Okay, we're all, people are trying to learn things. We're all curious. There's the politics that we have, oh, I don't like this person, or they don't like me. And some of that comes into play. But when you go out into the world as an adult and you find yourself as either as an entrepreneur, especially as an entrepreneur, but that or working for somebody else, it's the soft skills. It was a shock to me how different people acted than I thought they would acted when I wound up both trying to run some of my own business ventures and as working for others. It's the amount of EQ that I needed for myself to help me respect the level of education or lack thereof in others, and the cultures that others may be from, and the different life experiences and families and situation. Everybody is so unique. So emotional intelligence helps you love yourself and love others just for who they are, which is really hard sometimes. So 80% of your life, it will be tapping into those things. And again, I'm, like I said, I'm 35 and I'm still working on these things. But it's very important. So IQ and EQ, it's a constant process throughout our human lifetime. And so, as I mentioned before, with EQ, you have some of these things that are really helping support the intellectual development that we place a lot of emphasis on, and kind of compare each other against. But something that's really starting to happen now, especially with COVID, because it just upturned everything, and now we're working from home, or we're finding ourselves in situations where work and life are not separate. There are a lot of things being included in the conversations of, well, what is work? What is home? What is, these things, it's not like a light switch. So we have starting to include in discussions in companies, okay, how do we factor in things like emotional intelligence? Can we pay for that? Can we, so emotional labor is another thing. How do we factor in the emotional impact of the things that we are requesting people to do, rather than treat people like robots? It's very common in organizational psychology. It's very common for us collectively to think of ourselves in terms of the latest technology of the times. So now we're having things like quantum computing and Bitcoin and all of this. So the way that we think of ourselves in tandem with other people, but also how we can think of ourselves inside, we have these new mental models to be able to organize ourselves. But then tapping into ancient knowledge of things like meditation and mindfulness practices, those are being proven as well to be just as effective, if not more, in helping us stay sane with all of the things that we're demanding on ourselves. So it's very important that we understand ourselves in terms of our intelligence, and we can appreciate ourselves for that, but we have to love ourselves and love other people and bring up into the places that we are working and with the people that we are working with, how are we feeling about this, not is it done, how you know, but really being patient with ourselves and others. Like, it will help you go so much farther and be so much of a happier person. And then if you, either through, you know, again, the expression of this being part science and part artistic endeavor, however you discover in your life situations is the best way that you can express this, is a gift that you will bring to yourself and the people around you. So it's very important to really demand that these conversations be had around yourself, and that you take the time for yourself to figure out who you are. And again, I'm happy to talk with anybody if you want some practices or exercises for doing some of this work. So Deep, is it okay to skip ahead? I think that's
Yes, I
the
hear.
next one. Do you have more to add
Yeah.
on to that?
No, I think your insight has been pretty accurate. So, you know, when we refer to the whole distinction of IQ and EQ, I think I completely agree to what you just mentioned about having the level of self-awareness and bringing in that gravitas when you're really mindful of what situations, things, and people around you are happening, and how do we go about it. So, you know, here's a part where I would really want to ask something to the audience. We have got about 20 people, 20, 22 odd people as a total list of participants. uh, just one quick question. A lot of times when we have seen people get really successful without too much of formal education, what does it work? Why do they do that? How can they do that? What is it that really helps them? You know, it's feel free to speak in Hindi, English, any language. I'm okay with everyone. ऐसा क्या है जो you know, people end up being really successful? They make a lot of money with their startup ideas, innovations, or even large businesses, and they still may not have formal education. What works from them? ऐसा क्या होता है? What is it that really helps it?
Oh, there's someone in the chat, but it's the other way too. I see a lot of people who go through formal education, but then they don't develop the soft skills. So dedication and commitment. I think it's the skill to keep on moving despite early failures, good communication skills. Yeah, definitely.
Creativity, like,
Yes.
yeah, creativity and problem solving skills, and and EQ. Yeah.
Yes, you're pretty right about it. Creativity, problem solving skills, I agree. Anything more that we can think of? Please go on.
They know how to connect with people on the interpersonal level, like empathy.
Yes, they connect with people at interpersonal level. They have that communication skills. They are willing to cope up on their failures. What else really helps for them? What works for them? What have we seen?
Consistency.
Certainly, consistency is a big one. Anything else? और क्या होता है? How are they more successful without using the academics and formal education? How are they more successful? ऐसा क्या अलग करते हैं?
मे बी उनको उनके वीकनेसेस पता होती है, सो वो किसी और को हायर कर लेते हैं अपने वीकनेसेस को कम करने के लिए, जैसे कल के लेक्चर में बताया था आपने.
Yes, वो इंटेलिजेंस है, वो अवेयरनेस है that ये चार चीजें मेरे पास कम है, so I can adapt it from somebody else. Absolutely correct. वो अवेयरनेस है अपने स्किल सेट के लिमिटेशंस के बारे में. What else do they have?
Yeah.
So they can be initiator, a good learner, and a good adapter as well.
They can be initiators, good learners, good adapters. Perfectly correct. Yes, I also saw something in the chart about solving an issue. Yes, they are good problem solvers as well. और क्या होता है? So, I have a list of about 10 to 12 things here. Anything more that is needed?
Learning
What they have?
mindset.
Learning
Learning
mindset.
mindset, open mindedness, adapting new things. Yeah.
Perfect. They have open mindset. They're adapting new things. What else? These are pretty valid points. ये हर एक thing is- What else?
They know what drives people around. Like what are their key things, like maybe it emotions or anything.
And to be
Yes.
aware of that.
In Mumbai में हम एक word use करते हैं. We use a word in Hindi called जुगाड़. Do you think that works?
Yes. Yes.
That works. Somebody, I just couldn't see your face, but then yes, there's someone who agrees to it. What else works? और क्या होता है which works for them? I think it was Shivam. Yes. Just give me some ideas. ऐसा क्या होता है जो लोग बिना formal education के successful बनते हैं? You just look around yourself. You would see a lot of successful businessmen and a lot of people. Even if it is not business, they may have some social causes. They may have something else. They are excellent at networking, getting things done. ऐसा क्या करते हैं वो लोग? What is it that they do? So they people really follow them. How do they do that?
उनको ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजी का अच्छा नॉलेज होता है एंड उनको पता होता है कि कौन से प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना है. मुझे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना आता है ना, जो प्रॉब्लम को ढूंढते हैं उनको सॉल्व करते हैं. या मुझे लगता है ऐसा.
So human psychology का possible education नहीं होगा, but they know how to put it in practice. They know how to use it. Correct. You're right about it, and then they are also problem solvers. I agree. So right now I have a list of about 15 things that you all have shared. Someone who takes risk. Yes, Anish, I agree to it. Someone who's focused on one thing at a time. I agree. So there's a list of about 15 things that we have right now. So can we truly say that if somebody has these 15 things, success is completely guaranteed? Can we say that? Can we guarantee success? What's your opinion? Anyone? If we have these 15 things, जो अभी discuss किए हमने, we spoke about focus, we spoke about street smartness, we spoke about being persistent, we spoke about having the emotional connect, we spoke about all of these things. If somebody has all these 15 things, can we guarantee success?
एक्शन, एबिलिटी टू टेक एक्शन, इसको ऐड करने के बाद हाँ, मतलब मुझे लगता है ऐसा.
It would also take action. I agree. So action is one more point. Apart from self-awareness about yourself, action and understanding these things is also important. Yes. What else is needed? What else is needed? Go on. I think Soham did mention about they know the force that brings people together. They understand that force. What else is needed? That's it.
They should be well aware about themselves, and of course if they are well aware about themselves, then they can communicate to other people to ensure that whatever they are planning to, they can implement it and accordingly organize and plan over their whatever they need to focus around.
Absolutely, yes. They have that awareness. They know how to interact with people. They're good at relationship. So what I want to understand is this is a list of about 17 to 18 things that we've just made. ये 18 चीजें अगर definitely किसी को दे दी, if somebody adapts all those skills, सीख लिया how to interact with people, how to be a lot more street smart and learn all these things, can we guarantee success? What's wrong? It's either a yes or a no. Simple answer. Your personal opinion. या कुछ और भी होता है. We still cannot guarantee success. What do you think? Am I audible? Just a quick question first.
Good answer in the chat.
Let me just quickly catch up to that. No success can never be guaranteed. All right. So what can we do? Can we increase the chances? I agree to that, Purva. So if we assume saying that success cannot be guaranteed, so what can we do? We can't really just leave everything aside. What can we do? Yeah.
Like we discussed yesterday, the VUCA model. Like we can't control on everything. Like there are many things that are out of control. But the one thing that we can do that is we can minimize the risk, whether it be a financial or any other. We can minimize the risk, but we can't completely avoid it. Like we can't be control free.
Absolutely. So we can minimize the risk. Somebody has written in the chat that we can increase the chances of success. So I agree. So let's in this conversation, let's assume that 1% is not in your hands. I mean, you do all of that correct, and then let's say COVID hits, so everything goes down the drain. So I agree. Assuming that 1% is not in your hand, and the best success ratio that you can reach, probability rather, that you can reach is let's say 99%. What else is needed to ensure we have higher chances? You gave me a list of good 17, 18 things which are valid. Apart from these 17 to 18 things, is there anything else which is needed which can help us increase our chances for success? Or is this it? Are we all set to go out and write a book saying that the formula for increasing chances for success with these 18 things? Can we really do that with these things? Or there's something more? How does it work in your opinion? So feel free to share your opinion. Anything's okay. Yeah, Vipul, I think we're trying to share something. Maybe not.
There
So how
is
does
really quick, there's an interesting response in the chat. Success might just be a perspective.
it is? It is pretty interesting. Yes. So when we're trying to look at being an entrepreneur, when we really want to be successful in the businesses that we create, yes, of course, Purva, we need to embrace uncertainty. So what is it that we are running for? So that's a question that I really want to leave you with as I step into the next conversation. So I'll share a quick story with you, something that that I often share with my participants when I'm trying to speak about this idea. Uh, think about this. Think about a situation where, assuming that each one of you is really good at cooking, you're excellent chefs, and I think your signature dish is biryani that you make, and everybody really knows that you make real nice biryani. You're pretty good at it, and one of those days, your friends, probably your college friends or some other friends, all of these friends insist that they want to taste the biryani that you cook, and they all want to come over to your place. So you probably bunk your lectures, or you take off from work or whatever, and you rush home early to try and make the biryani, so that your friends can come over after a few hours, and then you can have a good biryani party at your house, if that's something that you're really planning for. And as soon as you reach home, जैसे ही घर पहुंचते हो, you look out for your recipe. You pick up your mom's recipe trying to cook the biryani, and you see there's a list of 16 ingredients in that. You go around your house and you find just, let's say, about 11 or 12 of them. What do you do when you have a recipe which says we need 16 ingredients, and you find just 11 to 12 of them? What do you do with that? I'm just going to stay mum until I have a response. So that's okay. I have all day. Am I audible? Heather, you think you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, you can. So I think it's just people not really responding. It may not make too much of sense if you're really not responding and interacting. I can just stay mute for a while. Sort the thing. Sort the thing in which sense? So you have a biryani recipe which says 16 ingredients, and you just have 11 to 12 things in your house. What do you do?
We'll go and buy remaining ingredients from the
Buy
market.
remaining things. Yes, that's one thing. What else can you do? What else can you do? Try to manage with whatever we have. Lovely. Yes, yes, Goda. What else? So are these the only two options that you can think of? Either go and buy the missing things, or just make the best of whatever you have at hand, and then create probably a new recipe altogether. Try to make new dish. Try to make something different. Yes, yes. I see these chats, and they're pretty valid points. So when I speak about trying to run a successful organization, and I speak about trying to be an excellent leader, there are two ways that can be done. Of course, hard work, patience, and positive attitudes towards something we intend to can make it possible, including the biryani. If you have your hard work and if you have the right intent, and then try to use your intellectual creativity, of course, you can make the biryani even with the missing things. We don't really stop doing that. The same goes with leadership skills. When we're trying to speak about having an entire checklist of everything that's essential, you're supposed to have a person who's excellent at interaction, a person who's very good at street smart, someone who has real nice charisma, someone who understands politics pretty well, someone who has awareness of everything all around. All of this is real fine, real nice checklist that we need to try and catch up with. Doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have all of this at all times. It's always a pursuit. If I look at myself, I wouldn't say that I'm a super successful person, but I have done decent in life and I'm happy about it. And do I have all the skills? I don't. That's just how reality is. How we deal with that is we live with it. We try to earn things. We either go to the market and bring the missing ingredients, we go and learn those skills. And by the time we bring that, we deal with whatever we have at hand and make the best out of it. So if you are somebody right now who is trying to figure out the recipe to become an entrepreneur, what are the leadership skills? Me and Heather may share some interesting pointers. You might look at also a simple Google search and find out what are the best ways of turning out to be a leader. You would find a long list of skills. Do you really have those skills right now? You may not. Of course, nobody does at all times. But then with those skills, the missing skills, do you go and grab them? Do you learn? Do you practice? And in the meanwhile, you just use the best of what you have. When I speak about grabbing the additional skills, it is exactly as you go through your education right now. Your technical expertise in your field has come in by practice, by reading, by having your labs where you experiment and you learn how practically in real world things work. It is the same with people. That there are human process labs. If you want to learn about leadership skills, if you want to learn about how to manage people, read about it, practice it, attend some sessions, go and probably practice in human process labs and learn those skills in a practical fashion. How do you deal with people? That's how you gain your leadership skills. Does this make sense? When we speak about emotional intelligence, as Heather rightly mentioned, it is about self-awareness and how do you relate to other people's at an emotional connect level. So I'll give a quick example on these lines. There is an incident which happened with one of my ex-bosses. So this guy was into sales many years ago. He used to sell some corporate plans to institutions and corporates. And while he did that, uh, one of those days he got off from work pretty early. His sales meet was over, and he was just rushing back home. Usko ghar jana tha. And he was waiting at a bus stop near Worli. So I'm talking about those days jab we did not have Worli ceiling. Worli ceiling bana bhi nahi tha. Uh, it was just the standard route that we have right now. So I was waiting at the Worli bus stop, and there was a Mercedes showroom right behind him. He was just waiting there, looking at the cars. वो कांच में से उसको cars वगैरह दिख रही थी. He was looking at them. Now, while he was doing that, the salesperson inside saw him doing that. So the salesperson went outside and invited him in the showroom. बोला आप आ जाओ showroom में. Look at those cars. I mean, what's wrong with it? I'll just show you around the cars. And he was like, okay, I don't mind. Let me just do that. He did that. He walked in the car showroom. He looked at those cars. Who wouldn't want to? Fancy cars है, अच्छे cars है, salesman दिखा रहा है. So he went inside. He looked at those different models and everything. After a while, the salesperson offered a test drive. The salesperson said, "Why don't you test drive a car?" And this guy was like, "I possibly cannot afford a Mercedes. मैं test drive तो ले ही नहीं सकता. Let me just not do it." But the sales guy insisted, and he was like, "ठीक है यार, let me just try and drive it. इसमें गलत क्या है? Let me just try and see how driving a Mercedes feels." So he sat in a car. They went for a good 15-minute ride. Uh, they went till Haji Ali and came back. People who I'm sure most of us are from Mumbai, so went till Haji Ali and they came back. It was a nice 15-minute drive. जब वो बैठा था, sales वाला features दिखा रहा था. The sales guy was showing all the features of the car. Even after years, when he told me the story, he remembered those features. उसको याद था, to adjust the seat, there were like 3 or 4 buttons. A different button to adjust the headrest, something for the backrest, and the seat alignment. There were 4 different buttons. I think he also had 2 separate air conditioner controls, separate for the left seat and the right seat in the same car. All these fancy features. This is what he remembered that salesperson telling him. So he took the nice test drive, वापस रखा गाड़ी, पेपर वगैरह साइन किया, and then he left. But even years after, when he told me this story, he said that was then I made a decision that whenever I can afford, I will buy a Mercedes. Even if BMW is cheaper, even if I have an Audi with much better features, I will definitely buy only Mercedes. He took that decision. And there is a lot about human motivation which is at work here. There is something that inspired him and made him take that decision. There was no carrot or a stick. There was no reward or a punishment for him to go and take that decision. He didn't win a lottery, or there was nobody with a gun on his head trying to make him decide to take Mercedes, but he took that decision. And these are those areas of human motivation which truly help a leader understand the distinction. When I speak about leadership skills, transitioning away from the idea of IQ and EQ and speaking about different types of leaders, the predominantly 2 types of leaders what we look at. We look at formal leader and informal leader. So Heather, if you may put the slide
Yeah.
back on. When I speak
Yeah.
about formal leader, what I'm talking about is a leader which drives the control using formal authority, of either rewarding or punishing someone. So I'll give an example. We all definitely know about the movie Three Idiots, and then the pretty popular dialogue, 99% marks laoge to ghadi varna chadi. And that's just exactly how we deal with people. May it be parents dealing with kids, or may it be bosses dealing with employees, or even educational institutions, and everywhere. It's a carrot and stick philosophy. You are either rewarded for doing something, or you're punished for not doing something. Either ways, that's how we inculcate the behavior. That's how human decision is guided. But that's barely anything in human motivation. There is way more to human motivation than just carrot and stick. When I speak about informal leaders are those people who may not be in a formal authority, but still people listen to them. लोग उनके पीछे जाते हैं, उनकी बात सुनते हैं. They're inspired by them. People follow what they say. So when I speak about characteristics of informal leaders, these are those people who drive people using various methods of either emotional intelligence or human motivation without necessarily only carrot and stick. Carrot and stick is formal authority. उसके अलावा drive करते हैं. What do you think? Does this make sense? Does this idea of trying to drive people without carrot and stick, does it make sense to everyone? Or it sounds too vague and weird? I'm taking a pause here for a quick check-in. Wow, no response at all. Yes, sir, it is making sense. Thank you, Lokita, for the first response. Somebody else finds it relatable, or is it stupid? Nitish, thank you. Lovely. I have a few more responses, and I think I'll take that as a generic yes. So, I really want to ask everyone a common question. When I'm referring to something as amazing as bungee jumping, a lot of us might want to do that sometime in their lives. How many of us want to do it? I mean, we have a small batch here. Does any one of us ever plan to do it? I want to do it. Yeah, Heather has her hand up. Yes, yes. Vipul wants to do it. Varad wants to do it. Oh yes, Guda Divya wants to do it. A lot of us wants to do it. Soham wants to do it. Lokita, a lot of us want to do it. But the question is, why? Why do we want to do it? We do not have any amazing reward that we are expecting out of it, and we do not even have somebody punishing us for not doing it. So why do we want to do it? What are the reasons? It's exciting, thrill. What else? It's fun. Of course, it's fun. Yes. What else? It's adventurous. This inner happiness, cut down the fear. Yes, yes. My question is, how do you know that it does these things? How do you know it will give you thrill? How do you know it will kill your fear? How do you know it will be exciting? You've never done it before. How do you know it will happen? How are you so sure that bungee jumping would give you thrill? What made you so sure? Through posts and seen on Instagram. Yes, you've seen people do it. Other people's experiences. You heard people do that. Yes, hearing it from others. You might have seen it in movies and some videos. You actually seen people do it. You heard their stories. You felt their thrill. Yes, of course, Vipul, the video. And this is a live example of your emotional intelligence. Nobody over here told me that you saw some graphs. Nobody told me you saw some numbers, some ratios, some data analytics. Nobody threw any numbers to me, saying that we did a survey and XYZ percentage of people rated this activity as so and so. We never spoke about numbers right now. We spoke about the emotions, the thrill, the sharing, the connect that we have with other people. And what we all just did right now is actually practically display our emotional intelligence on how we connect with people and how we make our decisions. Somebody else's experiences made you take that decision. That sales guy who sold that Mercedes to my ex-boss, I would say sold the Mercedes, because what he sold is the idea, the aspiration. He might not have sold a car on that day, but he ensured that Mercedes has a customer. It's definitely a customer forever. How do you reach that level of connect with people? That is when you're actually leveraging your emotional intelligence. Does this make sense to everyone, or does it sound too weird? How many of you really want to learn these skills? I do. I'm still trying to learn.
I want to do.
So, I'll give you another interesting example and analogy. Uh, has anyone over here heard about Akbar and his 9 jewels? Akbar ke 9 ratna. Has anyone heard about it? No, people hasn't. Nobody else. Nitish hasn't. Anybody else has heard about it? No, sir. Have you heard
Yes,
about Tansen and Birbal? Yes, I have. Divya saying yes. Yes. Lokita saying yes again. Yes. So, Akbar, you can do a simple Google search. Akbar, as an emperor, is known to have 9 jewels. Akbar ke 9 ratna. That's how we call it in Hindi. So these 9 jewels were Akbar's 9 functional experts. We all know that Tansin was amazing at what he does. We- he was, I believe, one of the best musicians that we have ever heard of in Indian history or globally or wherever. You've heard about Birbal for his smartness and everything else. He had many other such functional experts. The point here is, if you compare and look at it, it is the same thing at an organizational level. Akbar, as a king, was running an entire organization and empire, and he had his functional experts. So right now, me and you are CEOs. We're entrepreneurs. We are trying to run an entire business. We definitely need these functional experts. But apart from just needing those functional experts, we also need to make a choice. Akbar is excellent at leading these people, but Akbar is not Tansen. Akbar himself is not Birbal. So if you are technical expert in your field, if you are probably CTO of an organization, Chief Technical Officer organization, then you are a CTO. You are not a CEO. The point here is, if you're really trying to step into the shoes of being an entrepreneur, you need to learn those skills. Yes, similar to Godfather movie. It's a pretty good reference, Purva. I like that. So you need to learn those skills. If you really want to become an entrepreneur, if you want to become CEO of an organization, understand a CEO himself or herself does not sit and do the coding, but CEO knows how to manage my coding head, finance head, marketing head, and even my purchase head. The CEO knows how to manage these people who know their functional jobs. So right now, whatever 25, 30 years of your life that you spent, you have reached a specific level of skills and expertise, your technical expertise, and you have learned that over the years. You were exposed either by your parents or by your schools or by your curiosity or by your friends, and you learned more, you read more, you practiced more, you did some coding, and you did everything else. So you have that skill set. But right now, the choice that you have is either you keep doing more of that, or along with this, you do something else. If you want to become an entrepreneur and a leader, you need different level of skills. What are those skills is the first question, and second is, how do you adapt those skills? What are those skills is the ingredients for biryani recipe. What me and Heather are trying to share, or probably a simple Google search can tell you, is what are the leadership skills needed. You don't need us. You can do Google search, you can read articles, you can see videos. It will tell you what is the recipe, what are the ingredients needed. How do you get that recipe? How do you get those ingredients is a separate topic altogether. Do you attend workshops? Do you attend seminars? Do you read some more books? Do you attend official courses? That's how you learn those skills and you become an entrepreneur with a leadership skill. Does this make sense to anyone? Yes, I hope I'll see a lot of yeses in the chat.
yes,
Yes, yes, absolutely. So, any questions that you may have about what is a leader supposed to do or supposed to be? Any questions that somebody may have? No questions yet. So I have some questions for everyone. Let me ask this to you. Sorry, yeah, someone was asking something.
Yeah, I want to ask something. Like we have our own biases. Like we tend to differentiate people knowingly or unknowingly. So the leader, how does he move through that?
Absolutely. And that is a self-awareness skill that you gain. So as Heather rightly mentioned, one of the strong practices what she does is she focuses on mindfulness. She meditates, she reflects, and then she also consciously interacts with people. So I'll give an example. Uh, uh, the answer to this question is a little longer, and I have two, three different areas which I will connect. So stay with me for this. First part is a lot of psychometric tool analysis. So, we remember way back, probably in our school days or something, we might have gone for some kind of career counseling. Some of you might have. You might have given a test, and then the career counselor comes in and offers certain recommended career professions based on your intellect and aptitude and all of that. So that's one area. Similarly, there are a lot of psychometric tools which exist. So I am predominantly an HR professional. So when I'm hiring people, we have a lot of personality tests that we take to try and understand people personality and their individual biases. If I am an introvert, I prefer staying in a corner in a party. If I'm an extrovert, I would prefer staying on the dance floor on the party. That's just my personal preference, and that's just how I look at people. An extrovert will always keep telling the introverts is socially inactive. You're all secluded. आप अकेले रहते हो, आप दूर रहते हो. You're not a part of parties. That's okay. The way Heather rightly said, everybody need not be a social butterfly. Each person has their own skills. If I am hiring a researcher, an accountant, I would need someone who is a lot more technical, who is a lot more focused, a lot more analytical. I'm okay if that person spends 6 hours in a day corner sitting in a room and just interacts with people only for an hour during the lunchtime. I'm okay with that as long as that job role, that profile matches the skill. At the same time, if I'm hiring a salesperson, I would look at someone who is an extrovert, who is someone who loves interacting with people, having those casual conversations, going out for, I don't know, drinks for no reason, just to have a conversation and have some blabbering talks and build that rapport. I would need somebody with those skill sets in that kind of profession. So if me as a person, I am to decide my career, I have two choices. Depending on my personality, I pick my profession. If I am an introvert, I would pick a profession which requires an introvert. Another choice is if I want to be a specific person, career oriented professional, what are the skills needed for that? I would go and grab it. Exactly like biryani recipe. I have certain ingredients in my house. Psychometric tools will tell me what is my personality. मेरे घर में क्या क्या है, चावल है, हल्दी है, ये है, वो है, नमक है. All these things are in my house right now. This is my personality right now. Psychometric tools will tell me that. Now what do I do with that list? Either I go out and buy other things and learn those skills to become the professional that I want, or else I use whatever I have and I create with whatever I that can be made from it. So if I'm an introvert, either I can choose a profession which requires introvert, or if I want to be an entrepreneur and I'm an introvert, then I might go and learn those skills which bring me there. Does it mean going out of comfort zone? Yes, it does. दोनों जगह there is out of comfort zone. In one place, you are sacrificing and compromising on your dream career and accepting what you're good at. In another one, you're giving up your comfort zone and your skills. You're trying to learn something new. दोनों चीजों में you're going out of your comfort zone. But is there any other way? I don't know of. If you know it, do tell me. Let me know. And that is exactly how things work. I just saw a comment in chat, and that truly makes a lot of sense. It is again about seeing how much you're willing to go beyond. Does this make sense, Purva? Did it vaguely at least answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a quick question for you. So, according to all of you right now, with whatever you have been hearing from Heather and me yesterday and today, what kind of skills are required for an entrepreneur? What is your opinion? What is your opinion? Wow, again, it's some decent silence. I always get perplexed by these silences. Are people not listening, or it's just manage the mental balance? Yes, Ripple, thank you for that. Good communication skills, ability to face challenges. Yes, Divya. Finance skills, teamwork. Please go on. I want to see the entire list that we all think. All of these are valid. Critical thinking, yes. Be calm. What else is needed for an entrepreneur? Strategic thinking. Yes, Ishan, thank you.
Leadership skills and problem solving thinking. Yeah,
Leadership.
creativity.
Yes, yes, absolutely right, Shivam. Exit plan. Yes, I see the chats as well. Networking. Yes. What else is needed? Business management skills. Yes, Ishan. Should try to do one thing alone rather than have a good team. Yes. Taking everyone together and facing the thing observation. Yes. Yes, you're right about it. What else? What else is needed? Go on. So, can somebody do me a favor? Yes, communication skills. Thank you, Ripple. We have a lot of these skills mentioned in the chat. Can someone count and tell me how many are these? Can someone quickly count and tell me how many are these? 14. 14. I have two people saying 14. Is that correct? Or does somebody count some other number? Perfect. So what we're going to, yes, 14. Lovely. So what we're going to do is, we are in about close to a little over an hour in the session. So we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. And in these 10 minutes, I want you to grab a piece of pen and paper and ask yourself, out of these things, how many things are you good at? You may not be good at all 14. You may have two or three, or maybe 12, 13, whatever may be the case. Just try and make a list of things that you think you are good at. And we'll come back after 10 minutes and we'll have a little more discussion around this. Does this make sense to everyone? Sounds good as an assignment for 10, 15 minutes during the break. Perfect. Great. So I'm going to turn off my video and audio, and it is about 1:05 in my clock. So I'll see you at about 1:15 in 10 minutes from now. Sounds good? Great then. Thank you, everyone.
चलेगा.
Just checking in if everyone's back. Probably just a good single thumbs up or something would be good enough. Yes, Vipul, thank you for that. Okay, lovely. So I think before I step into the exercise which I just mentioned about listing down your personal skills, uh, Heather would introduce an interesting topic, and then we would come back to the exercise that we just did and relate it back to it. Uh, Heather, you might want to begin sharing some ideas.
Sure. So we were just talking the concept of resonant leadership. So resonance is a term that all of us have heard before, and it's opposite of so resonance and dissonance. So if we're looking at just wavelengths, for example, if we have resonance is when we have wavelengths that will line up with each other and will help support and or increase the strength of the wave, we'll say. So adding some of the ideas under this into leadership, the average work environment right now is very dissonant, and it's highly stressful. There is a norm of anxiety, and it's very important for there's a concept called sacrifice syndrome. So when we are in these, you could think of them as toxic environments. So when you're in these toxic or dissonant environments, often what's being asked of you is more than what is necessary. So part of why emotional intelligence is very important is to know the limitations to which you can give yourself. And if you are looking to be in a leadership role, and really all of us will be asked to be leaders in some regard or another in our life. So it's good to incorporate in our lives either way, whether it's we exercise these things consciously or subconsciously at work or in other environments. A lot of it is dissonant and asks us to sacrifice, we want to help others. Most of us actually are very good people. But when you get into a system that tends to be dissonant, it's hard to, or it's important to know how to maintain your centeredness, maintain your balance. Part of that is being able to sense where there is dissonance and sense where there is resonance. So something that I was thinking about while we were making a list of the things that are important for leaders is we said a lot of positive traits, things that lead towards resonance. Sometimes it is required that we create a little bit of dissonance. Sometimes we have to make hard choices, and sometimes, you know, like tough love. Sometimes we have to be a little mean. Sometimes we have to be a little angry. Sometimes, but if it is all geared toward being sensitive to, okay, I'm overextending myself as an individual, or there's dissonance over here. What can be done to help smooth some of that out so that the overall energy that's present is more resonant to the whole and the direction that it's going. It's also being sensitive because in a management mindset, it tends to be like what's wrong, problem solving, what's wrong and how do we fix it? But being a resonant leader is also being sensitive to what's going right, what is working well, what and how do we reward the good behavior, not just punish the bad behavior. So being a resonant leader is being sensitive to these different states, both within ourselves and with others and in collectives, and knowing how to smooth things over so that we're all kind of riding the waves together and not just it's all choppy and chaotic. That's pretty much, yeah, resonant leadership.
That does make sense. So, here's putting an additional practical perspective. What she said, it is about having that resonance and that increased amplitude. I'm sure we all are from a similar technical background, so we understand the term pretty easily. So, Heather, you might just want to skip down to the resonant leadership slide, the one below
Yep.
this. So,
Yep.
they're typically looked at it in an informal fashion, in a non-analytical fashion. So I'll tell you what this means. Let me give an example. Uh, let's think about this. Let's think about each one of us arranging a party, or let's say attending a party. Typically, an environment of a party turns out to be a place where the people who prefer being introverts end up being in the corner of the party, secluded. They just have their glass of drink and just be by themselves. There are a few others who are right out on the dance floor, mingling with everyone and just having a different kind of time. And there are a few others who might just show up their face and go away. There are different kinds of people. If we were to try and organize a party, what kind of party ambience would we try and have and create? So I'll give an example. Think about this. If you try and picture a real nice party, the party would definitely have different spaces for different kind of people. You would find a space where there's a dance floor, there's heavy music, there's loud music, there's good lights, and people are really having fun. You would also find a place where it's a terrace, it's an open area, and someone's just standing in a corner in a quiet place, enjoying their drink, talking to one or two of friends in a secluded fashion, who doesn't want to be in the entire chaos. You might also find an additional space where someone might just go out for a quick walk and come back in a garden or a lawn. All of these things in different areas and different moods are happening in the same party. Now what we're talking about is trying to be so inclusive for different kind of peoples and giving them that kind of resonance. So if I'm an individual, one thing is understanding my own personality and being with those kind of people. If I'm an introvert, I would prefer being with introverts, not being completely alone, with introverts or people who understand the meaning of silence, of being quiet and being in their own space. As much as introverts feel uncomfortable when they're thrown to a party, when there's a group of friends doing nothing, just chatting, just having sipping beer and not talking real rocket science kind of intellectual stuff, a I'm labeling them, a lot of probably nerdy or introvert people may find that thing as stupid and find it really uncomfortable to be in that space. But we also need to understand the other way around. Now think about this. Think about environment of a monastery. I've been in the monastery for a few days. Heather meditates a lot. She stays in that space for quite some long time. If I have someone who is an extrovert, someone who's a party animal, who interacts a lot with people, if I pick up such a person and put them into, let's say, vipassana or a monastic environment where they're supposed to stay quiet for hours and days, they'll go crazy. They just cannot manage that. I would not say that being an extrovert or being socially active is entirely a good skill at all times. It's just one of the skills. It may not be the only right skill or aspired great thing to do. जरूरी नहीं है कि जो ज्यादा बोलता है, ज्यादा mingle करता है, that's a good thing. That person cannot stay quiet and cannot be with people who are sitting, thinking, doing their own work, doing their own research. When it comes to resonant leadership, we're talking about you being a leader who is resonant with both, who can stay quiet with someone who prefers being quiet, and who can be a party animal with someone who prefers being a party animal and increase their own way of doing things. So when I refer back to Akbar and his nine jewels, Tansen an excellent musician, but the best way he can be a musician when he's in his own space. He has his own environment, his way of doing things, his way of being, his entire existence. There's there's resonance, there's amplitude. That's when he becomes best of himself. If I pick up someone who is an extrovert and put them into a monastic environment, he will not be able to perform. No matter how amazing my marketing head is in marketing skills, if I pick up my marketing head and put them into let's say probably an accounting function where nobody talks to each other, just plays with their numbers, that marketing head will not be able to perform. I need the marketing head in an area where there are people who create that kind of environment for that person. And if I am a leader, if I am a resonant leader, I need to have that kind of dynamic personality, that kind of flexibility in myself by which I can reach out to all of them. I can also help my extrovert extend and be more of themselves, and I can also help my introvert deep dive in their thoughts and be mindful and achieve those amazing insights in their own way. That is my resonance which I create with everyone all around. Do I have that flexibility? Does this point make sense about having different kind of vibrations and resonance? Does it make logic in an aspired end result? So now, thank you, Purva, for the answer. So if it does not make sense, do shout out, because I'm going pretty quick in this area. This brings me to the exercise that we spoke about. Out of those 14 things, I would just want to know how many of those qualities you already have. Just give me those numbers. You might not tell me the specific details. Just give me those numbers of how many of those qualities you already have. Just either shout out or write. Ishan said 4. Thank you, Ishan. Who else? I can see it in the chat here. Yes. Anybody else? How many of those qualities you already believe you have? Anybody else? Yes, I have Vipul. I have Shivam writing. Okay. Who else might want to share? I have Nitish. Yes. Feel free to share. 4, 4 out of 14. I hear you. I can see an average of 4 to 6. Praveen says 4. I understand that. So what you've just done is your self-evaluation. Now, my next question, which turns out to be, is those remaining qualities, that the skill sets that you need to learn and adapt. May it be 10, may it be 12, may it be 14, whatever may be the difference in number. How do you think you will gain those expertise? How will you learn those things? What is your understanding and opinion? कैसे सीखोगे ये सब? How will you learn? Just a simple way. You know what you need to learn. Yes, sure. Go on. Shivan, we
सब चीजें सीखने का नीड तो नहीं है ना, हम किसी एक्सपर्ट को भी हायर कर सकते हैं, लाइक ऐसा.
Absolutely. हर चीज सीखने की जरूरत नहीं है. I agree. I think somebody mentioned teamwork in the chat. But of course, there are a few skills that you want to learn. It may not be everything, but then you
Yeah.
might want to learn a few skills. So how will you learn those skills? क्या इरादा है? कैसे सीखोगे?
उनसे सीखूंगा जो ऑलरेडी उसमें एक्सपर्ट है.
Yes, you will learn from people who are already an expert. You listen to podcast, seek help from people who are good at it. Lovely. और कैसे
Yes.
करोगे? और क्या तरीका है?
Practice,
Practice
practice,
करोगे?
practice and practice.
Absolutely. Practice is a very nice way. और क्या करोगे? Working under them. Absolutely, yes. Kind of mentorship. What else?
By observing people.
By observing people. Yes. What else? Tell me, whatever are your ideas? You spoke about observation, you spoke about practice, you spoke about mentorship. What else? Nobody mentioned books here. Someone did mention podcast. Books पढ़ने से help होगा understanding people.
Yes, yes. बुक से हेल्प होगा सर.
Book से थोड़ा help होगा. और क्या तरीका है सीखने का? What are the methods of learning?
वीडियोस देख के सीख सकते हैं. वाचिंग वीडियोस, लिसनिंग टू पॉडकास्ट, रीडिंग बुक्स, ऑब्जर्विंग पीपल्स, ऑब्जर्विंग एक्सपर्ट्स, हाउ दे डू, व्हाट दे डू.
Absolutely. My recommendation is सबसे पहले ये सीखो कि सीखते कैसे हैं. Yes, I learn a lot from movies, Nitish. So I hear you. Founders was an excellent story. The cutthroat competition story, and I loved it. That's a reality. It's a real life story. So सबसे पहले तो ये सीखना है कि सीखते कैसे हैं. How do human beings learn? You know, again, referring to Three Idiots, that's one of my favorite movies. Nitish reminded me of learning from movies. You know, we have that one of those scenes. यहाँ पे the guy is given 30 seconds and हर कोई रेस में लग गया with those two words. Do you remember that scene which I'm talking about? 30 seconds दिया सीखने के लिए रेस में लग गए.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think few of them remember. Lovely. So
Yes, sir.
again, the idea is very first thing, as soon as you're off the sessions today, go and do some Google search on what are the different learning methodologies. लोग सीखते कैसे हैं? If I really put into some jargons, I can put in things like epistemology, ontology. ये सारे jargons हो जाते हैं human psychology के. If I'm keeping those jargons aside from human psychology, go down to basics. See how do people actually learn? Do they learn by practice? Do they learn by reading? Do they learn by experimentation? Do they learn by risk taking? Do they even learn by movies? Do they learn by looking at visual art or drawings? Do they learn by watching some performing arts? What are the different ways of learning? Do they learn by interacting with people? Do they learn by meditating, being with their own self? You know, the short span that I spent at a monastery, one of the monks told me that why are you even searching for answers outside? All your answers are within you. I have no idea how that makes sense, but then that's what he said, and that didn't make sense to him. So maybe that is one of the ways of learning, finding the answers within yourself by meditating. How do you understand yourself? Self-aware कैसे बनोगे? Right now, a lot of you told me that you have 4 out of 14, 6 out of 14 different skill sets. Verify it by scientific methods. Go through some psychometric analysis and evaluate your leadership skills. Until you do that, you would not know how to become an effective leader. There's this one idea about your innovation, your startup. I think in the second half, when we get down to the presentations, we will speak about your idea. Yes, Vipul, I would try and answer your how question to the best way I can. दो तरीके हैं. One is about your startup idea, your innovation, your technical idea that I'll have an app which would do this, which would do that, which would help COVID, which would help safety, which would help traffic, which would help a zillion other things. That's your technical idea. But apart from technical idea, how will you run your entire business in your soft skills? So the entire first half today, we have been talking about the soft skills part of it, the leadership part of it, the entrepreneur skill, that how will you deal with the other people and bring them together to achieve your goal. Does that make sense? So when I speak about how do you learn it, figure out how to learn. I can tell you 10 different steps, but that is one medium. Instruction is one medium. Try and learn about it. How is watching a YouTube video different from attending a live lecture? How is it different from attending a lecture in person and not on virtual medium? What are the different ways? Yesterday we tried a small exercise of group discussion when you were split out into breakout rooms. How is breakout room different from a general session discussion? I'm sure there's definitely a lot at work in learning pedagogy. The way we have different ways of human motivation, which is beyond carrot and stick, there are different ways of learning. Right now, I am not providing answers, I'm providing questions that you have to go back and search for after the sessions. Figure out how does one learn. And the moment you know how does one learn, all you have to do is teach yourself. Teach yourself leadership skills. फिर आप कुछ भी सीख सकते हो. Once you know how do people learn, then you can learn leadership skills, you can learn IT, you can learn finance, you can learn economics, you can learn a lot of other things as soon as you know how to learn. So try and figure that out. Does that answer your how question at least vaguely, or it doesn't yet? So do me a favor. All of us are definitely on internet and Google. Can someone just give a quick Google search for different learning styles and learning methods and put some links in the chat? Some articles or some videos, different methods of learning. Can someone put that in the chat? I hope you're quiet because people are searching. I've requested people to search for different methods of learning. Yes, Vipul has shared something. Yes, I also have something from Ishan and somebody else. Yes. Yes, Purva has shared something. I would love to see a few more links and topics. Different methods of learning. How does one learn? Thank you, Ishan. Yes. 8 in total. Visual learners, oral learners. Yes. Thank you, Vipul, once again. Thank you. Thank you, Bharat. So now you already have a lot of rich content right here in chat. And I've been doing these practices very randomly. I have asked everyone to give out your understanding of list of skill sets, and you evaluated yourself. You are the one who's doing a Google search and giving me the links for all these things to learn. And that's exactly what we need to do. We need to have that autonomy. We need to be that independent. That is one of the ways of learning. And what you're doing is absolutely correct. Figure out what is required to be an entrepreneur. And that's exactly a skill much needed for an entrepreneur. Wait, I see a lot of amazing, interesting links. Thank you, Shivam. Thank you for that. So what I'm going to do is, as per the agenda is planned, there is a presentation which is scheduled. How many of you have uploaded any presentations for the second half? Has any one of you done that? Or do you even know what the presentation is about? You might feel free to ask me. Okay, no questions and no answers. That's weird. Do you know what the presentations are about? Does anyone know? The second half presentations, what are they about? Nobody knows that. Or would you want me to repeat? I don't know. Blank responses do not make sense. Are you people even there with your videos off? Sure, I would repeat. I watched that video, but more exploring. Thank you, Vipul. Thank you for the responses. So I'll repeat the exercise. Uh, okay. Before that, can someone share the link of that video in the chat once again here? I will have to access it. It will take a little while. So if somebody else has it, please share it in the chat. So what I had requested was for everyone to watch a 20-minute video, which the link somebody would share in the chat right now. That video speaks about business as an agent of good. It speaks about innovation. Thank you, Praveen. It speaks about how can businesses be profitable and still do good to the society using innovation, using innovative ways and creative ways of doing businesses. How can they connect both of that? So watch that video, keep that premises in your head. Yes, Purva, I did speak about sustainability as well from a long-term perspective. So watch that video, keep that in mind, make a quick presentation and upload it on Classroom. I'm sure a lot of you, I think almost all of you have joined the Classroom, Google Classroom link, which was sent by Abhijit sir. So join that, be a part of and upload your presentations. The presentation should not just be your innovation startup idea. The presentation should also have perspectives of other areas, perspectives of finance, perspectives of marketing, perspectives of production, all other different areas. Whatever limited understanding you can think of, the idea is to get you thinking about it. As soon as you upload the presentations in the second half, we have dedicated time. So whomever is willing to do it can share that presentation, discuss, and we all can have feedback sessions on how can we make it more practical and make it more viable. This is a practice experiential platform which we thought of using the remaining 2.5, 3 hours that we have with you. So you can practice and actually go through it, have a live feedback, see what's good, what's not good. That's the idea. The first half was dedicated to leadership soft skills. The second half is towards strategic business input, towards startup. How can you become a strategic minded business acumen? That is what the second half is devoted toward. Does the distinction make sense of first and second half? If someone has any queries about the purpose of the video and the presentation, feel free to ask me right now. Okay, another question. Has someone uploaded a presentation already? Just unmute and say a yes. I would know. I think there were, I think, 1 or 2 entries which already did exist. I'm not sure who it was. Okay, so I think none of you. Never mind. The silence is weird. You need some time to completely prepare the presentation. No worries, Purva. So what we're going to do is we had scheduled for a 45-minute break. I'm going to give another 15-20 minutes additional to complete your presentations. Have your lunch along with that. So I think the time right now is about 1:45. So considering a 45-minute lunch break plus a little while on this, let's say about mota close to an hour. So I think I'll see you all back in an hour from now. That is 2:45. Yes, 2:45. Yes, 2:45. I'll see you at 2:45, and be ready with your presentations if you want to learn. The presentations are not mandatory, but if you make a rough one, a sketchy one, some rough idea from different outlooks, present it so we can have a discussion and we can make it better. The whole idea is to discuss and have it done on a practical note. At the same time, if you have any more queries, because we'll be stepping into the last part of the session, so if you have any specific queries about any specific idea that you want to know more about, you might have heard about earlier, out of these links, out of these discussions, ask those questions. So a lot of that can be resolved, or you can be given a direction to step into. Does the pathway make sense to everyone?
So what's the point of democratic, the fourth point which is mentioned in the slide here, democratic, and that's participative leadership. Can you please brief up this point?
Definitely, I will. I certainly will. So but the comment in chat about the topic, I'll come back to it in a second. So for democratic participative leadership, when we are talking about having multiple people as a part of your team, assuming you are that Akbar with 9 functional experts, you have marketing, you have purchase, blah blah blah, you have all of these heads with you. Democratic leadership typically speaks about how do you invite other opinions. Now, Heather, you can you move on to the next slide if that helps? So, what that truly speaks about is being open to taking those ideas and even letting go yours if that is required. So, when we speak about democratic leadership, let's say if me and you are together trying to create a startup idea, I may have an excellent idea, but if I'm being very democratic, asking everyone about the idea, asking everybody's opinion, the other opinions may not be something that I personally like with my personality. However, a resonant leader should be willing to keep their personal agenda and biases aside and be in sync with others. Even if the the opinion which I'm getting may not be completely in sync with my resonance or my attitude, I would be in resonance with somebody else. So that's how I create resonance and make others take their ideas to the next level, making the whole towards me. It's a very subjective, very superficial description that I've given. This is something which typically comes in from practice. So every time you get into okay, let me give you a very random example. Think about going out for a dinner with your family. I'm pretty sure a lot of times you do not go to the place that you want to go. It's about a collaborative discussion. Somebody may want to eat Chinese, somebody may want Punjabi, somebody may want a simple dosa, and then you all come to a common conclusion about this is a common place where we would all go out for lunch or dinner. That's a democratic decision because you're willing to let go of your personal biases for the greater good. At the same time, if I put a similar situation in, let's say, an organization, or let's say setting up an event or running a startup, people tend to take it up on their ego. It's my idea. I want things done my way. I want the dominance. I want the authority. It doesn't work that way. The way it works in a family, trying to take a decision on where to go out for lunch or dinner, it has to work in exactly the same way. You should be willing to let go of yours, let somebody else come in with their ideas and create a democratic environment. Does that make sense or is it still too vague?
Yes, sir, it does make sense. But when you talk about family, of course, I got your point, but then it will take far less time to make a decision when it comes in a family. But when we talk about a company filled with a lot of people with different ideas and different parts of life, I don't you think it will unnecessarily take a huge amount of time if we take this democratic approach in making decisions?
I would say I agree it will take a lot of time, but I don't think that time is unnecessary. So I'll tell you the reason why both these things happen. If it is five of us trying to create a company, it will take a lot of time to get together, come to a common point, come to a common discussion. There will be logical discussions, there will be emotions coming up. सबके पर्सनल एजेंडा होंगे, कोई ये मानता है नहीं मानता है, पर्सनल बिलीफ्स होंगे. Something as stupid and as weird as I don't want to work with somebody from a particular caste or religion, something as stupid as that. किसी के मन में अगर ऐसा भरा पड़ा होगा तो वो भी निकलेगा, बोलेगा मेरे को ऐसे काम ही नहीं करना, we'll work only with this segment of business, whatever may be the point. Are those points logical or not? That does not make a difference. What makes a difference is, are you all on the same page? So what I would do is I would request you to note down a word called as normative decision making. Normative. Normative. You might want to Google search on that. Normative decision making says that the best way to reach a sustainable solution is to find a common ground. It may not be the best way to do things. It may not be the best answer logically, but only if it is a common ground, only then it sustains for a longer duration. There is an African proverb saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go further, go together. So by going with individual idea hierarchy, one man deciding and others following, you can go real quick, but it may not sustain because others do not have that buy-in. Others are working on your idea. They have no skin in the game. If it's a common thing, yes, all of them are probably trying to compromise something and find a common ground, but that common ground turns out to be a sustainable fashion. So it is a choice that we make. Typically, when you speak about democratic leadership, there is immense research. Even when you pick up this book and read the book on Resonant Leadership, you can Google it, it's easily available on Amazon. When you read it, it shows that over the longer duration, these leaders turn out to make a lot more profitable business just because they're sustained for a longer duration with the same synergy. So yes, I agree. It takes a lot of time, but I think the time is worth it. That's my personal opinion. How do you make your opinion?
All right.
How do you make your opinion? I would say practice it. If you're still not convinced, do not be convinced only because I am saying it. You practice it and you figure out. And if you're not convinced, do it in some other style which suits you. Never take my or anybody else's word just for the sake of it. That's my
Uh,
opinion.
hello.
Yes, please go on.
And sir,
Right.
मेरे मेरे टीम में भी सर ऐसी डेमोक्रेटिक में भी इसी तरह से लेता था कि लाइक तुम्हें क्या लगता है, आप बताओ तुम्हारा क्या इनपुट है इसके ऊपर, तो ऐसे मैं भी पूछता था. तो लाइक हम लोग 3-4 जन होते थे, उसमें 1-2 जन का जो होता है, हम दोनों का विजन वो सेम होता है कि चलो हाँ मतलब ये तो सही है, लेकिन एक बंदे का होता है कॉन्फ्लिक्ट. अभी वो एक बंदा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट किया तो उसके बाद डिसीजन पूरा रुक जाता है, तो फिर उसके बाद उसके कॉन्फ्लिक्ट पे पूरा डिसीजन होता है. एंड जो एक्चुअल में जो मैंने मतलब मैं लीडर बनकर जो डिसीजन लिया था, एंड में क्या होता है, सब घूम फिर के वहीं पे आ जाते हैं, सब लोग वहीं पे एग्री होते हैं और उसमें पूरा टाइम फिर बहुत खाता है. ऐसा 2-3 बार हुआ है मेरे साथ भी. मेरे फ्रेंड का भी ऐसा स्टार्टअप है,
दोस्ती हर जगह
उससे भी
होता है.
बातचीत होता है, उसने भी
ये हर
बताया.
जगह होता है. ये हर जगह
हाँ,
होता है. Yes, you're right about it.
ऐसा.
This is a very real problem. ये बड़े बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में भी होता है, यहाँ तक पार्लियामेंट में भी होता है. ये हर जगह होता है. It's a very common thing. What we need to learn is better ways of driving groups. मैं आपको 2-3 एग्जांपल्स देता हूँ. There is something called as appreciative inquiry. ये अगर organized group psychology के हम jargons देखेंगे, आप obviously when you all learn a lot more about leadership skills, ये सारे terms आपके पास आएंगे. You will read it in books and in videos. You will hear about it. Appreciative inquiry एक method है, process है that by this method they have about 1,000 people in a room, and the entire 1,000 people come with a common unanimous decision. How do you do that? उसका process होता है, तरीका होता है. How do you have those conversations? How do you have those 1,000 people getting in the room, 1,000 people from different countries, different areas, different logics, and they are still not fighting. They end up coming on a common ground. क्योंकि उनका जो सवाल पूछना होता है, जो तरीका होता है, जो प्रोसेस होता है, there are guidelines for it. There is human motivation science, इसके पीछे रिसर्च होता है on steps that you need to follow. Me and you right now, we need to learn that process. There are huge meetings which ये जो the gentleman जिसका
Hello.
Yep, I think he lost internet connection for a second, but let's just wait and be patient and he'll come back. It was a good conversation.
Yeah, I faced that problem really often. Like our teammates are discussing on one topic, discussing 3 hours, 4 hours, whole day gone, and then they come to fit my decision that you were right,
Can you hear
and
me?
we
I'm
will go
sorry.
with you.
Yeah, deep, we can hear you again now.
Now?
Yes, we can hear you again now. Yes.
Lovely. I'm sorry, I got disconnected for a second. What was the last thing you heard? So I can continue saying that. Shivam or anyone who may remember, what was the last thing I said? So I can continue from there.
Examples देने वाले थे sir.
Correct. So, when I speak about this gentleman, David Cooper Ryder, जिसका वीडियो का लिंक शेयर किया है, this gentleman led a summit at United Nations that there were about 1,000 CEOs, different companies, different multinationals. There were 1,000 CEOs from different areas. They were talking about global issues, global poverty, climate change, ऐसे topics जिसपे झगड़ा होना ही होना. There would definitely be fights. People would not be on the same page. But there is a guided process of conducting such conversations, of having such conversations, so there are less conflicts. What is the guided process? We have to learn that guided process. We have to learn better ways of managing. अगर हमको already पता होता कि 4 लोग साथ में हैं, so a decision making happens in 10 minutes or 10 hours or 10 days. If we knew how that happens, we would not be attending this session right now. हम सेशन इसलिए अटेंड कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हम सीखना चाहते हैं. There is a movie, a very old movie called as एक रुका हुआ फैसला. You might want to note it down. जो लोग, all those people who think they learn a lot from movies, write it down.
I've seen it, sir.
You've seen the movie. What is your opinion about that movie? If you might want to share.
It's amazing. It's like just one person convincing the whole court of people. Like, it's just amazing.
So what was the variety of people that you saw? Different backgrounds?
The perspectives which he tries to implement it, like in the whole court, like it's just amazing.
So there's an English movie called as 12 Angry Men.
Angry Men, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I think Purva, you just wrote that in the chat. Lovely. So it is the same concept, same idea. So simple movie है. एक बंद कमरा है. There are 12 people in that room, and they have to come to a common democratic decision. The decision also has to be in a fashion that it should not be majority. It should be everybody 100% agreeing to the same idea and the same decision. How do they go through that process? Of course, it takes a lot of time. It doesn't happen easily. But how do you go through human emotions? Emotions plus logic plus flights plus personal biases, सब लेके साथ में जमा करके, how do you guide that process? That movie is a very nice example which is used at Human Process Lab at ISEPS. So ISEPS is Indian Society for Applied Behavioral Sciences. It's an institution जो courses करते हैं about guiding human processes, guiding human decision making. ये जो लिखा है democratic हो गया, या coaching भी कैसे करना, या visionary, how do you actually turn out to be an aspiring leader where you guide people with vision. do you get in a in human process? So this is a movie which they usually recommend, and they guide the entire conversation. What they do over there is, in such labs, they put you in a room for 8 hours, 3 days, and then they ask you to come up with a common decision. They do exactly the same thing what you saw in the movie. They want you to live through that experience, जिससे तुम तुम्हारे leadership skills सीखते हो. When you're put in such a room, in such a discussion, how do you go through all of them? A very dramatic version what we see in Big Boss. I don't see that, but a lot of people do. It's about those stupid fights and the way the kind of drama which comes up. Put it in real world, in real practical scenario. If there are 10 people sitting in the room, they may never be on the same page, but they still end up being. That's what we learn as human group organization scientists, researchers, leaders. They do that. From an organization perspective, think about this. You have a 10,000 people organization, something as large as, let's say, Tata, TCS. It's a pretty large organization, 70, 80,000 manpower people. How do you have all these people aligned toward the same policy, the same rule, the same goal? They do that. A lot of them do that. That's what these professionals are for. An entrepreneur at that level knows how to lead people and have everybody on the same page. So right now, me and you may not know how to do it. We may think it is a stupid way of doing things, it doesn't work. And you're right about it. You have not experienced it yet. There is a lot to go ahead, which you can learn and experience and get good at. Does the question make sense? I'm leaving you with questions, not with answers. Does it make sense?
Yes, sir. So you also talked about building sustainability while we create a common ground, right? So what does it
Yes.
that means exactly?
So when I speak about sustainability, there are various means of looking at sustainability. Is it just a profit oriented that I have sustainable profits? कि ऐसा नहीं कि 2 महीने पैसे कमाया फिर कंपनी बंद हो गया. Or is it a sustainable long-term profits which keep coming? When you include more parameters, when you include climate, when you include society around you, is your business creating an environment which is beneficial for everyone, including the stakeholders around you, the society around you, the people around you, and the climate and the weather? Are you eco-friendly in everything that you do? What is your carbon footprint that you leave behind? What kind of changes are you making? How do you look at it from an entire environment sustainability perspective? So sustainability is a very loosely held word. Sustainability can be looked at it from different various ideas. How much can you
Right.
take into account? So that's a very vague opinion about it. So how do we want to do it? See, some of you are yet to watch the video, and going through the next session may not make too much of sense unless you have seen the 20-minute video. And if you have made a presentation, you may not learn too much. I mean, it's good to listen to others' presentation, but then you are just an audience looking at somebody else, getting a feedback and learning. So we have, wow, it's almost 2 o'clock now. So we still have about another 45 minutes to an hour for a lunch break and to try and do something with the presentations. So you think 3 o'clock is a good time to come back? What do you feel?
Yes.
Yeah, 3
Sounds
would
good.
be perfect.
And if somebody doesn't have an access to your Google Classroom or whatever, feel free to reach out to Abhijit sir or one of your colleagues. They would be happy to share with you. The topic of the presentation, I think somebody had mentioned in the chat. Let me clarify that. I want to listen to your innovative idea. Think about any innovative idea that you want to begin as your startup. If you have already not thought about it, think about something new and present that from different departmental function areas. For example, if I'm creating an app to have a better video conferencing, for an example, how would it look in terms of my market? So there are already a lot of apps which are giving video conferencing. What will be different from my video conferencing app, which will help my end consumer? What will be different from my video conferencing app to suit the pockets and the finances? How would I go and purchase the infrastructure for it, the servers, and where will I keep it? Will I keep the servers in USA, in India, in China? Where will I keep them? What would be a lot more logical fashion? What are the legal requirements that I will have to inquire about to get an approval to even run a video conferencing. So a video conferencing app is a new innovative idea to compete with existing apps. But what is the innovation in it? Looking at it from all these different angles. Similarly, whatever idea is close to your heart, you might want to speak about women's safety, you might want to speak about COVID, you might want to speak about different means of transport and travel, about traffic signals, about computers, about servers, about organizations, education institutes, whatever may be your idea, whatever is close to your heart, think about the idea, and it may be a 2-slide presentation, it may be a 20-slide presentation, the choice is yours. Just try to capture as much as possible from different opinion so you can get decent feedback and learn and think more about it. That is the topic of the presentation. Does it make sense? Is it clear enough? Or does someone
Yes.
have any queries?
सर अप्रिशिएटिव इंक्वायरी जो प्रिंसिपल्स है उसको हम लोग कहाँ से सीख सकते हैं, लाइक बेस्ट प्लेस टू लर्न?
Best place to learn is to learn it from David Cooper himself, the father of Appreciative Inquiry. You can give a simple Google search. There are a lot of online courses also available. If you yourself cannot afford spending education flying to US, you can learn it online, or you can learn it from few other. I think there are few people in India also who do it. I used to deliver workshops on that, but now I do not. There are many other people who do that. Simple Google search में आपको बहुत मिल जाएगा. Or else you can connect with me personally after the session. I can help you find few things. Should not be a
ओके
concern.
सर, ओके सर, मैं कनेक्ट करता हूँ आपको पर्सनली.
Sure, though, sure.
Thank
Feel
you.
free to do that. Great then. So is the topic of presentation clear to everyone, or does someone have any query about it? So just feel free to do everything that you can, and the meeting room will stay open. You can just join back in at 3 or before that. I'll be right here. Sounds good?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll see you all around. Hey, just quickly checking in. If people are back here, you might just want to say a yes or turn on video or thumbs up, so I know you're here. Thank you, Shivam. Who else is here? Just type in a yes or just give a nod. We just have three people here, so we'll wait for a little more longer. If you just joined in recently, if you're here, just type in a yes in the chat, so I would know. Well, I can see only four yeses, so I think I'll wait for another 5 minutes. Let's see if more people join back in. Thank you. Well, if you just joined in, just do type in yes in the chat. Yes, Nitish, I'll quickly check upon the attendance link thing, but I think there's just 5 or 6 people here. You might be unmute accidentally. Great. So I think we will have others joining in. So just wanted to quickly check. Does anyone have their presentation ready, which you uploaded, or you at least have it on your computer? Would anybody want? How many people do have it ready? Just probably a heads up, just shout out that you do on the chat or whichever way, if you have it ready. There's nobody who has the presentation ready and would want to discuss.
So instead of a presentation, could we rather present a poster? Will that be fine?
That is okay as long as you have your ideas on place. I'm okay with just even a
Yeah.
conversation as long as you have something in place. So I think Purva, you have something ready, right? Who else
Yeah.
does? Does anybody else have anything ready? All right then. So I think the day was assigned for about like 2 or 2.5 hours to discuss on multiple presentations, assuming people are really keen on it. Right now, I just have Purva sharing something. So I think Purva, we can go on with it. We can have a discussion, and then let's see how the whole thing shapes up. Feel free to share and present what you have in your mind, so we can discuss it.
Perfect. I'll just share my screen with you right now. Yeah. Hopefully you could see the poster, right?
Yes, yes, I can.
Hello.
Goodness of fruits in a bottle.
Perfect.
I get that.
I'll just
Tell
explain
us
the
more.
idea in
Yes,
short.
yes.
Yes.
Please go on.
Perfect. So the whole idea is very simple. It's a name of a brand called as Waffen, and it is drinking water with flavors of fruits in it. The point or the reason why I thought of this idea is because water consumption is really important for our bodies to work well. But the point is, most of us drink less water than what we actually must. And I think there's a reason to it because there are a lot of other beverages which are more tastier, of course, less healthier, but more tastier than water. And I think it's because of these so many reasons that we have, which affects our choices in wrong way, right? And if I ask you a question that which is the most healthiest beverage available on earth, it's again undoubtedly water. And it's again the cheapest one, right? So the entire idea is making water more enjoying, more fun, more fulfilling, and more tastier with the help of fibers which are in fruit and flavors which are in fruit. Of course, there would be no sugar added to it. It would be completely nutritious, and at the same time, it would be tasting better than water so as more people can have it and can stay more healthier. That's the point. That's the idea.
It's a lovely idea. It's absolutely interesting. So
Mm-hmm.
if you can share a little more perspective about how do you practically registering the whole business and kick off with it. What is your idea if you were to
Yeah,
try and present this to someone for investment?
right. I think the very beginning of this idea will start from research, right? Research is the utmost important step taken working on this idea, because we do not wish to add something which will deteriorate the very nutrients of water. At the same time, we do not wish to add sugars in it. We do not wish to make it unhealthier, just the way a lot of other drinks like Coke, like beverages which are already available. I wish to keep it simple. I wish to keep it just the way water is. The only change is that there are some fruits flavor added to it, which makes it more fun and which makes it more exciting to keep drinking water, and which gives it an edge over the normal bottled water which is available in the market as well as in our houses. Talking about the business perspective right now, I think I'll have to think more about the finances. Of course, I need to keep it affordable so that more people can buy it, because I think the only way to scale the business is by giving more importance to volume than to the price profit gained on per bottle, right? Yeah. So that's
Yes,
basically
perfect.
the idea that I have in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your take on this?
Hey, can you hear me, Purva? Are you there? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you right now. So what's your take
Okay,
on the idea?
yeah, so I think the idea is good, and I was saying that please go on. I understand your financial perspective of keeping it at a low price, which is a good idea. Can you share some additional perspectives? How do you think you would market? What would be your target market segment, or how would you have the entire infrastructure set up? Some thoughts I want to, if you have thought about them, I want to hear about them.
I think the target market is, of course, not constricted. Instead, it can be consumed by anyone and specifically everyone. I think more the merrier. So there is no constraint towards target market at this point of time in my head right now. So I think it's available for all because it is healthy, nutritious, and it is simple water with little fibers of fruits added into it, which is giving it a better taste and a little more excitement than just a normal bottled water. And I think when it comes to marketing, I think social media would be the best way to market it, since it's innovative, of course. And I think mostly young generation would love to try something different, right? So I think that is the best way to market it. And what could be the other platforms? I'm asking you this question now.
Well, you know what? I would rather say let's figure out how does it work in a collective thinking fashion. So if I'm to invite others, also other participants also, what do you think about this idea? Is it innovative? Is it good enough? Is it well, interesting? Or do you have some queries? How does this sound? Please feel free to speak up. So let's have a discussion. Please go on. Does how if we try and look at it from an angle that there are many other such brands who are already doing this, established players? Is there an angle? Yes, Nitish has a point. How is this any different than other juice brands? Purva,
Yeah.
please do share some light. What's your opinion about this?
Of course, I think the reason this brand exists and it can be different than the already existent brand is, I guess, the nutritional contents in it. Because if you see Nutricana, there are a lot of added sugar into it, which in turn bring a lot of added fats into it. So it's not completely nutritious. That's why it's not recommended to drink it every day or to drink it just like water. I think the plus point about this idea is that it can be substituted for water, and I think that's why the consumption of it could be to another level compared to the other beverages which can never be substituted for water. I think you get my point.
Nitish, do you get this point? Or if it's not clear, ask more. We are here to try and share. Oh, I think Nitish is convinced. Okay, well, then let me ask a little more on the lines that Nitish was talking about. So what I hear from you is your competition is not those beverages like Tropicana and all of that. Your competition is with regular water. Is that what we're talking about, Purva, here?
Yes, yes, you got the point, of course.
Perfect. So if I may ask, who would buy such a product with your opinion, and what is your target segment? Or let's say if everybody can pitch in, who would buy such a product? Oh yeah, Lokita has a point about the cost being equivalent to a bottle of water. So Lokita, in this point as well, when you're speaking about competing with bottled water like Bisleri or Aquafina or all of these different brands, they already have a set market segment. They're talking about those people who are willing to spend 20 rupees for a bottle of water rather than just filling it from a tap nearby. These are those kind of market segment people. So are we talking about targeting that market segment, or are we talking about something which is a little premium than that? What kind of market segment are we referring to?
Yes, sir. Of course, I think I'm also targeting the same brands as you talked about, Bisleri and all. But at this point of time, sir, I'd like to get some insight over how these brands were able to shine out during the initial phase. I mean, they were competing with tap water, weren't they? So, can I get some insights from you about that?
So the point is, Purva, I'm not here to give answers. I'm here to give questions. Hear me out on this. I would not say that I am an expert in bottled water business. To give you an idea, the entire purpose of this exercise is to try and see what kind of questions do we list down, what answers can we gain right now, or at least get a direction onto questions that you need answers from different experts. So if I were to try and say about the entire format of the presentation, yes, I can probably give you some insight. But if I were to try and determine how did Bisleri or Aquafina come up with their marketing idea or research, I may not be the best person, but that's a valid question. So I think what I see from a process and a format perspective, irrespective of the brand or the idea, from a process and format perspective, what I see is there is huge potential not entirely in terms of being an innovative out of box idea at the first go, but an idea which is different and has potential of doing something good if marketed in the right fashion. So the few of these questions, when I say what is your target market segment, are we talking about competing with Bisleri, Aquafina, or probably with a little more premium brand? There are bottled waters available for 120 rupees a bottle. Even they are available with added minerals and better nutrition value. So exactly is the target market segment. Do you get the point, Purva, what I'm referring to right now?
Yes, sir. I'm getting your point.
So again, your first thought answers, of course, your answers may change after a while. Your first thought answers, are you talking about addressing the premium value people? Or are you talking about addressing the general mass? What is the current target in your head?
Yeah, as of now, of course, since I talked about volume before, I think I'm targeting general mass. I think.
Perfect, perfect. So in that case, what I did notice a chat. Let me come back to the chat. Let me ask a little more question to you and to everybody else. So Purva intends to compete with general water drinking need for people. May it be Bisleri or may it even be tap water or may it be our aqua filters in our house. She's trying to compete with all of these so that the water drinking capacity increases. Is that correct, Purva? That's what we're talking about.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So, what can be an innovative approach which Purva can use, or Purva, if you can think of another means, how can we compete with the aquaguards and aquafinas and the water coolers in everybody's houses and offices and the bottled waters, this entire segment? How can we address all of this and bring them together in terms of an innovation? What is it that can be done? Can someone think of an idea?
Hi Purva, actually I have two questions for you. Like first of all, what have you thought about the packaging? Like because like with the increase in plastic waste, like there are many water companies as well who and the NGOs as well who are putting like kind of a water vending machines everywhere so that you can just put the money for the water only and you can use that water from your bottle directly. Like you can fill those bottles. First is this question. And the other one is that I'm not sure if you have seen that AquaGuard ad or not. In the water filter itself, they are trying to like the spice up the water, something like that. Like they are adding the flavors to it. So how are you, like what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for your questions, Purva. Coincidentally, our names are the same, but I think I'll answer your questions. The first being you asked about packaging, right? That I think that there are so many packaging startups, so many eco-friendly packaging startups. So I think collaborating with them would be the best option because not everything can be done all at once, right? So if somebody is working on some segment, we could rather join hands and we could just get the work done in right way, right? So there's no need of plastic. We can go for eco-friendly packaging, and I think that would be cheap, affordable, and good for the environment. So that wouldn't be quite difficult decision to be made. But as you talked about your second point, I haven't seen an ad as such. So could you rather share some links or throw up some more insight into it? Because I'd like to know what it exactly is about. Your second point.
Excellent, Purva. I think both the Purvas. Thank you for the insight. This is an interesting way of looking at it. What we're doing right now is we're trying to take opinion from people and also inculcate them in the real time practice. So one opinion as one of the participants. What I can also recommend is, what if you look at a much broader segment where you're trying to integrate all three. What I mean by that is, think about this. People need water typically when they are at their house, when they are in their office, and when they are traveling anywhere, traveling either for work or for leisure, any which place. These are the three major areas where they need water. Does that make sense, Purva? Do you agree to this?
Absolutely, sir.
So is it possible that you attract all three areas together? Say for example, if I am someone who prefers a specific flavored water, and if I have my details or my access done with, let's say, an XYZ company. I'm sorry, what is the name you mentioned of the company that you did on the poster? The brand?
It's Waffen.
Waffle. Waffle. F A.
WAFUN.
I'm sorry. F A.
WAFUN. Waffen.
Waffen. All right. That's a catchy name. So if I'm a customer of Waffen, I would know that the taste and the consistency of the water in my house, in my office, in the bottles that I pick up on the road, they're all the same, and I may not be required to pay separately for all of those. How would this sound like an integrating innovative idea from a service perspective? What we're doing here is, we're not just providing service of healthier lifestyle, we're looking at it beyond addressing other needs of people. What we're doing is, I have a mobile app, I have a customer ID assigned to me. That's where your technological innovation comes into play. And everywhere I go, any shop I go into, I need not pay money. I just need to pick up my stock of weapon which I have already purchased or which I am being billed for. That's one suggestion which I may have. Of course, the idea is yours, but then that's one way of integrating that, so that that's how you create brand loyalty and consistency with weapon. That's one idea. With this idea, what I want to invite others is, do you have any such opinions by which Purva can really look at an idea and make it something better? I see some chats here. Uh, yes, I think Praveen is doing, instead of trying to replace bottled water, I think influencing or targeting health conscious and nutritious might help in getting proper exposure for the product in first phase. Absolutely. I think we also have Varad mentioning, emphasize more on nutrients for marketing and have a good taste. Yes, these are pretty valid points. Can someone elaborate a little more on your ideas? In which way can Purva can really look at making it a better idea, make it more effective? Any suggestion? The comments that I see in the chat as well. Do you mind elaborating a little on that? Any one of you, so she can actually take back some interesting insight.
So meanwhile, could you elaborate more on the point which you were emphasizing about about maintaining the consistency in the three key areas you talked about: house, travel, and work. I couldn't get the point clearly.
So let me ask you from a consumer perspective. You're talking about giving regular water, but with a little flavor, which makes it interesting for me to taste. Now, if I am a person who would actually go to the extent of tasting the water and getting used to it, I would definitely have my own preference for a particular taste. Of course, hence your brand and hence your customization. Now, for me, I have a separate arrangement as probably an AquaGuard cooler or filter or whatever in my house. I have a separate arrangement in my office. And on the way, I need to make separate arrangements of picking up bottled water, as in when I go pay cash and all of that. Uh, yes, Shivan, you can certainly talk about your discussion without the presentation. We can do that. Uh, just addressing his chat. So we have these three areas where I currently have to address water from a functional perspective in different areas. So it is not just about me accepting the idea; it is also about making it easily accessible to me everywhere. So I think something similar to what the other Purva mentioned, that what about having an AquaGuard machine which adds that filter to your water.
Okay.
If
Yeah.
you approach me as a consumer, you sell it to me as a package. You tell me that everywhere you go, you taste the same water every time, no matter where you are, either in your home, in your office, in your car, on your road, on the train, on the station, wherever you go, you get the same taste, and you need not even keep paying for it every time. You probably have to just sign a package with me. You're signing for what, 100 liters of water each month. 100 liters means 3 liters a day, which is a healthy quantity that somebody would really try and invest in. 100 liters of water a day, no matter where you take it from. Either you have it delivered at your home, office, on the way, whenever, and I pay an X amount for it. How does this sound as a suggestion to you? Does it sound in sync with what you have in your mind?
Of course, I think it's a wonderful idea to create packages and offer to people. I think it's mind blowing.
Well, I would say that focus on the process and the method. Now, packaging water bottle is one idea that you came up with right now over a period of time. When we speak about having an entrepreneur attitude, we're talking about understanding the process of creating new ideas, no matter what the idea is. So I think the way we are interacting with people, the way we are asking for opinions, the way we are trying to learn from each other, and being open to modify your own idea, that attitude is what makes you an entrepreneur, no matter whether it's a bottled water or a shoe or a plane or whatever you're trying to sell. It's the attitude which helps. Does that make sense, Purva?
Absolutely, sir.
Great. So building on that a little, I would just take a few more minutes on your presentation to see if that helps. Uh, if you are trying to present it
Yes,
to
sure.
a if you're trying to present it to a venture capitalist or an investor asking for funding with this idea, what do you think you need to showcase in your presentation, in let's say your 10, 15, 20-page proposal? What all will you include?
Well, I think we'll include the need first of all, why the product is needed. I think that is the biggest reason why the product would succeed. So, simply, I'll mention how people are lacking the amount of water they should be drinking and why they are lacking it. So, there would be the problem which will be highlighted, and then I'll present the USPs of my product, which it offers and which doesn't exist in the competitor's product, right? So I'll try to show what my product can give, what other products cannot give currently during the current scenario. And I think, yeah, those are the points I think which I'd like to mention. Also, I'd like to mention the affordability of the product and the innovativeness of it. Yes.
Absolutely. So I think before I move on to the points in chat, I have a follow-up question on this. How do you plan to, if you're asking an investor for some amount of money, I'm presuming you need to ask for a specific amount. So either you're asking for 10 lakh, a crore, 10 crore, whatever. If you're asking for a specific amount of money, how do you think you can have the math ready? I don't want you to do the math right now. Just मोटा मोटा line of thought philosophy कि अगर math करना भी है कि मुझे इन्वेस्टर से 10 लाख चाहिए या 1 करोड़ चाहिए या 10 करोड़ चाहिए, वो मैथ में करने में मुझे क्या क्या लगेगा to try and consider? What's your opinion?
All right. I think I'll have to study the basically the Bisleri and the bottled water brands which are already existent in the market. Study their numbers, their math, and then curate a math based on my personal research and based on the products which are required for my own personal product. So I think, yeah, I'll have to research the already existing brands and then co-create
Perfect.
something useful, and yeah,
And look at
something
it.
customized for the
So
brand.
while you are researching, again, I don't expect you to know all the answers. I'm just trying to see how far we can go in the conversation. So when you're trying to research, उनमें आप क्या देखना चाहोगे? What would you try to look at? उनका cost देखोगे, उनका pricing कैसे determine होता है? How do they decide that a bottle of Bisleri is worth 10 rupees only, not 50, not 2 rupees? It is 10 rupees only. How do you think they determine that kind of cost? What is your current understanding about it?
Mm, well, I personally think I would I think rather than just reading a report or probably going through what's already available on web, I would like to get connected with one of their team members, specifically in finance, to get like a crystal clear idea of how they determine the prices, how they find the demand, and how they find the supply, and as you said, the right price, which which gets struck at the equilibrium of supply and demand. So I think
Absolutely.
meeting the right person and asking these right questions would give me the right answers.
Would be the right answers. And again, something similar on your operational front, setting up your supply chain, your production. I'm presuming you would do something similar. This is called as market research. When you go and speak out with the industry experts, you try and take their guidance, or even tell someone that you have 10% stake in the company. Come with me and help me build it. Something like that. That's how ESOPs come into play. Employee share options, employee stock options for startup companies. That you invite people who knows the things and you let them play. Does that make sense, Purva?
Yes, sir. Could you also give some more insights about ESOPs and how do you get right people on board?
So again, the technical details, speak with a finance person. I'll give you a general understanding of how does ESOP work. ESOP is typically employees share in the stock options. So if my organization, it is something similar to doing partnership between two people. So if my organization begins by 10 lakh rupees, my current value of the organization is 10 lakh rupees. If I start doing business, if I keep expanding, if I get more orders, I make more profit, the valuation of my company increases with the assets, with all of that. As soon as that happens, and if my company reaches a value of 1 crore rupees, my 10 lakh has become 1 crore. So if I had 10 people who made me meet 10 lakh, each of those 10 people are a part of 1 crore as well. So their 1 lakh has become 10 lakh in terms of valuation. That is their ownership ka value. 10% ownership in the company speaks about the value of the company. So if you are trying to approach someone, an industry expert, let's say if you're trying to approach, let's say a vice president at Bisleri or Aquafina, someone who has been pretty good in their career and they want to start their own business and venture, you can tell them, well, I have a business venture. I have picked up some XYZ patent on this technology. You come and work with me. Let's work in partnership. I'll give you 10-15% share. You take care of my entire production. You do the math, you do the planning. You let me know. I'll go and present it to the VC and get the money. Then you go to a finance guy and you tell the finance guy, I'll give you 10% of my stake. I have patent of the technology. I have somebody else who's taking care of the operations. You get me funding of 1 crore rupees and I'll make sure you get 10% partnership in the company. That's how you build your ESOPs and your partners. It's a very vague way, but then that's one of the ways how you do it. Does that make sense as a process?
Yes, sir, it does. But there's one question I'd like to ask.
Sure. Please go on.
Yeah, and that is when you say value of a company, what do you exactly mean? Is it the profit which company have made, or is it the total sales which company makes?
Value of the company means if you're selling it, how much is it worth? So for example, if I own a residential property, let's say in Worli, I have a 1 bedroom hall kitchen flat in Worli. The value of the flat is determined by how much is someone willing to pay for it. Now, if I have fancy interiors in the house, if I have already rented out the house, which is giving me 1 lakh rupees per month ka rent ka revenue. So if I sell it to someone, usko बैठे बैठे 1 lakh का revenue जाएगा rent का, उसको कुछ करना नहीं है. Or it may be in a premium location, or it may be next to, let's say, some fill star ka residence or house. All of this considered, how much is someone willing to pay for my business? So valuation math बहुत complex होता है, which finance experts would do it for you. But the generic understanding is, if you have started this company, if you have created a brand, and if you turn out to be, let's say, competition to Bisleri, so Bisleri feels that you as a company would start selling a lot more, और उनके clients को आप खा जाओगे, आप उनका 10 करोड़ का नुकसान कर दोगे साल का, तो बिस्लरी आपको आके बोलेगा ये लो 15 करोड़ तुम्हारा कंपनी मेरे को बेच दो, मेरा 10 करोड़ का नुकसान बचाने के लिए मैं तुमको एक बार का 15 करोड़ देके आई एम जस्ट सेटलिंग इट ऑफ. सो दैट इज योर कंपनीज वैल्यूएशन, बिकॉज बिस्लरी फाइंड्स दैट वैल्यू इन यू एंड इज विलिंग टू पे यू दैट अमाउंट ऑफ मनी. Typically startups, what they do is, a lot of people, they start their company, they make it large, and then they sell it off to somebody else. We all have heard about Whitehead Junior lately, the education company who are teaching coding to students online. They've sold it to Byju's. A lot of companies do that.
Yes.
WhatsApp sold to Facebook. They make it large and then they sell it to a larger organization who sees value in that. That's the valuation of your company. That's how people make profits, real profit at an individual level by starting off a company. So again, that's one area of it. Let me move on to the chat section. I think few people have given some recommendation and questions for you in the chat. Would you like to look at them and address them?
Of course, sir. There's one question from Nitish, which I'd like to discuss here, and I think that's a pretty good question. It's about having a lesser target audience, because people usually drink water to stay hydrated and to get to a neutral state. So I think of course, we are not trying to make the product sweet. We just want to maintain water just the way it is. We are not trying to create another hybrid drink or another celebrated beverage which exists in market. But what we are actually trying to do here is to make sure the product is just what water is, but just in little more innovative way, just presenting it in a little more better style. So I think it's not about it's not about getting a sweeter taste. It's not about making your taste buds happy, but it's just about it's trying to replace water. That's what I want to say. I don't want to replace any other beverage. So Nitish, I hope you got, yeah, you get it. Perfect.
Anybody else that you would want to try and address?
Yeah, I think Lokita have given me a great point of doing a survey on social media to see if people would really accept this idea. I think that's a great point to do a survey before, beginning all the hard work and stuff like that. And I would appreciate what Purva have shared here, the links. I'd definitely check all of them. Perfect.
So Purva, asking you, how does it feel as a process? What we did in last 20 minutes is we heard your idea and we all gave our opinion. And a lot of times you are very receptive. You have been pretty receptive about all of our ideas. You said you would go back and think about it. How does it feel as a process? Does it feel helpful or it feels very restricting? Don't just be goody goody. I want to know how exactly does it feel?
Yeah, I'd be as true as I can. I think it feels wonderful. In fact, I think now I'm more connected to bringing change in the original idea. I'm more acceptable to getting more opinions about people, because I think somewhere or the other they are trying to clear some own blockages which I've created around my idea over my brain, So I think there's more open-mindedness I have over my idea right now, and I'd appreciate more and more support and more views of what people would suggest me. Yeah.
Lovely. What you just displayed right now is the fourth point which I had on the slide about democratic leadership. What you did was, you did not come down saying, this is my idea, this is what I want to do, everybody get to work. What you did was, this is my idea, what do everybody think about it? And then everyone had their inputs. You took those inputs and you're also willing to modify your idea depending on the inputs you got. So if 5 or 6 or 10 of us were supposed to be your startup employees with you, your partners, we would be very happy. And this is a display of democratic leadership. You already have that skill to some extent. You need to nurture that to become an entrepreneur. Does this make sense?
Yes, sir, definitely. And now I think I'm even more clear with the idea of democratic leadership and democratic approach and involving everyone in the process.
That's the idea of the session, keeping it very open. Well, I see a chat. Let me just try and address that. Uh, from Anish, ethically, is it a good practice to sell your valuable asset startup to a bigger one, or instead of US running it? Likewise, the bigger will get bigger and smaller companies will. Anish, I have a very diplomatic answer for you. I would say that the ethics and the values that you wish to live by for your organization, never leave them. When it's not that everybody leaves it up. If you yeah, by US you meant us here. Okay, we by we here, I thought it was US as in the United States. Never mind. So if you look at the story of Mark Zuckerberg, the movie, I think Social Media, or what is the movie of the name, I forgot. So if you look at that movie, this guy never sold it to anybody else. He wanted to keep his idea with himself. A lot of people do that. So the point is, when do you decide to make that call? Yahoo wanted to acquire Google when Google was going big. Google did not take up that offer, whatever offer they were offering. They chose to go ahead and be there on their own and see where they've reached. Yahoo is absolutely nowhere. So it's a choice. It's a choice about how do you want to take your business up. A lot of people begin a startup as a business interest, that they only want to make money. They may not be very closely associated with the idea. Their idea would be to make more money. So they would start a startup, they would sell in the market what sells. जो बिकता है वो बेचेंगे. They will make a valuation, sell it, go out, use that money and start another startup. उसको शुरू करेंगे, उसको बड़ा बनाएंगे, उसको बेच के वो पैसा और जमा करेंगे, start another startup. And that's a good business line. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. So I would say the values and the ethics, what you personally believe in your organization, stick to them. No matter what somebody else does, you do what you believe is the best thing to do. Does that make sense, or is it too vague an answer? Thank you, Anish. I'm glad you agree to it.
So I
Yes,
have something to add on there.
sure, Purva.
Yeah, I think so at the very initial stage जब struggle बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, right? So and when a big company with big peoples with more experience, with more knowledge come to you with such an offer, I think it's very hard to disagree, no matter how much you believe in your idea. What's your take on that?
I would say yes, it is very hard to resist the temptation of immediate money. And I would say it depends upon your purpose. I would say take the offer if your purpose is to make money. So, something that I mentioned yesterday, right at the beginning, uh, when you start any startup or a company, the most important part is what is your purpose. Right now, when you try to create this bottled water, I would not say bottled water, but then water which will helps people keep more hydrated, is your purpose more of a social cause so people start drinking healthier, or your purpose is to make money, and this is one of the pathways of reaching there? Whatever may be your purpose has to be clear. If your purpose is making more money, then take up the offer, negotiate hard, bring in a finance or an investment banking person who knows how to negotiate and increase the value of your brand, So if they are willing to give you 10 crores, would negotiate and take 20 crores. Do that. By all means, do that. If your purpose is to try and do something else, make a difference in the society, and if you think that by selling your company, it is going to be diminished, then don't do it. Again, your purpose matters. By which purpose are you stepping in the business?
Yeah, so sometimes your purpose can be social, your purpose can be supportive, but if you hand over your company to someone else, they are more trained than you, and you are sure that they would take company to another level than what you yourself could. Can there be such situations as well, and what's your
Yes,
take on
yes,
that?
yes, yes. There can be, and that's why I said, if you think the takeover is helping your cause, it is helping your purpose, let it be taken over. If you find somebody else who's willing to contribute, but most of these times, I'll give an example. If your purpose is only to make people drink healthy water, and if I am the owner of distillery and I come to you saying, Purva, that's my purpose too. I see you're doing an excellent job. Let me take over your company. I can use my resources and I can do it in a better fashion. 99% of times, I would say, Purva, why don't you drive it? I will give you more money. Because I know you are already invested in the cause with emotional, with your passion, with your strategic expertise, with your business acumen. If I pick you up and throw you aside, and if I say, I know how to do this better, give it to me, I don't know if my intentions are completely in that direction. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it does. It does.
So again, you can never really be 100% sure, but if it matches with your purpose, sell it off. But then the bigger question is, even if you sell it off, what do you do with that money? So
Right.
if you make your company big, and if your company is built at, let's say, 10 crore or 15 crores, what do you intend to do with that? Do you intend to start on the startup? Do you just want to take a nice bungalow on a beach and just live your life in retirement, or what is your purpose with that? So, well, I have a chat that I would quickly address. Yes, I have a chat from Anish saying that if the company is valued at $1 after selling, it is valued at $100. You big regret that why did I sell this? Yes, yes, regret तो होता है, absolutely होता है कि मैंने सस्ते में बेच दिया. But then again, that's why you need experts who can tell you whether you should sell it or not. The same happens with stock market. I bought some shares. I thought the price is good for me to sell it. और मेरे बेचने के 2 दिन बाद भाव और बढ़ गया. That's why I always ask those financial experts कि अभी बेचूं या नहीं बेचूं. So you can never be sure, but then yes, वो regret होता ही है. I agree to that, Anish.
So there's something I'd also like to add on here.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the model of drop shipping. So rather than selling the entire business to somebody else, what we do is we partner in such a way that somebody else is completely taking care of the production. And what we are basically doing is we are generating leads and we are making sure it's well delivered. What's your take on drop shipping model?
I would say that's an excellent idea, but provided you keep the entire strategic control with yourself. So, the moment you partner with another company who is taking care of the production, please be very clear what is their purpose. If their purpose is only to fool you and make money out of your good intent, then they would do it pretty right. Don't get into business with them. Understand their purpose. If their purpose is to truly contribute to quality of what you're doing and truly take off your operational headaches so you can focus on strategic part of it, keep the strategic control, keep the decision making, and then hand it over. So again, if you're trying to look at merger and acquisition, it is a lot more than just the money or the culture. It is about the purpose and the intent of where would your company, or let's say your baby, it would be as good as your baby, where would your baby go up on? That's an interesting way to look at it.
Right.
Great, thank you. So I think I would invite somebody else to try and share their idea, and let's see how the whole conversation shapes up. Shivan, you wanted to share something, or somebody else you wanted to share something? I would love to hear.
यस सर, मैंने जब कल अपना IoT का स्टार्टअप का प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था, मैं उसके बारे में डिस्कस करना चाहूँगा.
हाँ दोस्त, see, I know about it, but everybody else here
Yeah.
may not know. आप बताना चाहोगे एक और बार क्या है वो उनको? You may not
Yes,
have the
sir.
presentation, but yeah.
मेरे पास प्रेजेंटेशन है, like शिवम्स PC, शिवम्स लैपटॉप.
Please do that. Please do that.
Yeah, इसे
आप शेयर कर दीजिए, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ओके, स्क्रीन विजिबल है मेरा?
हाँ दोस्त, प्लीज कैरी ऑन।
या तो लाइक हाँ, तो प्रोजेक्ट का नाम है जिनी आईओटी में IoT ऑटोमेशन। इसमें हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि हम लोग अभी फिलहाल हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे कि हम लोग एक घर को ऑटोमेट कर रहे हैं। जैसे हम लोग रूम में एंट्री लेंगे तो ऑटोमेटिक लाइट्स, फैंस या जो कुछ भी इक्विपमेंट्स हमने कनेक्ट करा है वो ऑटोमेटिकली स्टार्ट हो जाएंगे। एंड जैसे हम लोग वो रूम के स्पेसिफिक जोन के बाहर आ जाएंगे तो कुछ समय बाद ऑटोमेटिक वहाँ पे जो भी लाइट, फैंस है, जिन चीज़ों को भी हम लोग ने कॉन्फ़िगर किया है वो ऑटोमेटिक ऑफ हो जाएगा। तो लाइक हाँ, और ये जो हम लोग ने किया है ये कन्वीनियंस के लिए था। लाइक मैं और मेरा फ्रेंड जो था, हम लोग को जो स्विच बोर्ड है घर के अंदर उसको बार बार जाना, चालू करना। फिर हम लोग रूम में एंट्री ले रहे, अब लाइट्स ऑफ है तो पहले स्विच ढूंढो, स्विच किधर है, फिर बटन चालू करो, है ना। देन उसके बाद फिर रूम में काम हो गया। अब हम लोग को आदत कैसा है, मुझे कि लाइक हम लोग काम हो गया फिर हम लोग सीधा रूम के बाहर चले जाते हैं और अंदर ही लाइट फैन ऑन रहता है तो डैड मॉम का क्या होता है कि फिर चिल्लाते हैं। तो ये बहुत हम लोग फेस कर रहे थे, हमें भी बहुत फेस करा था। तो फिर हम लोग क्या सोचे कि चलो इसका कुछ तो करते हैं, ऑटोमेट करते हैं। तो लाइक हाँ, और तो फिर हम लोग ने इसके ऊपर रिसर्च किया कैसे होगा ये चीज़ें। मैं IT बैकग्राउंड से हूँ, कंप्यूटर साइंस स्टूडेंट हूँ मैं, ग्रेजुएशन हो गया है मेरा। तो लाइक कॉलेज में तो एक आइडिया था हमें कि कैसे करना है, तो फिर हम लोग सोचे कि चलो बनाते हैं। तो फिर हम लोग ने ये बनाया लाइक, तो या हम लोग जैसे ही फिर रूम के अंदर जाते हैं तो ऑटोमेटिक लाइट्स वगैरह ऑन हो जाएगा एंड जैसे ही हम लोग बाहर आएंगे तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली जो है ऑफ हो जाएगा। सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं है, इसके अलावा और बहुत सारी चीज़ें भी हम लोग कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जो फर्स्ट प्रोटोटाइप है हम लोग का वो यही कर रहा है। तो हाँ, लाइक अल्टीमेट तो यही था यहाँ पे कि लाइक जो भी अब स्विचेस वगैरह है उससे कॉन्टैक्ट जो है वो हमें हटाना था। और हम लोग जो भी पूरा ऑटोमेशन कर रहे हैं वो सेंसर्स के थ्रू कर रहे हैं। सेंसर्स एंड पूरा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्ट किया हुआ है होम का, जिससे कि वो लाइट्स फैन वगैरह ऑटोमेटिक बंद होता है। मेन मोटो क्या है हमारा कि लाइक नो यूआई इज द बेस्ट वे। बनाते समय हम लोग को ऐसा नहीं चाहिए था कि लाइक कुछ तो सॉफ्टवेयर है हमारे पास, फोन वगैरह है या फोन से फिर ऑन ऑफ कर रहे हैं हम लोग, वैसा कुछ वो सब कुछ नहीं चाहिए था। लाइक हम लोग जाए अंदर, जो भी बेसिक है लाइट एंड फैंस वगैरह जो है वो ऑन हो जाए, हम लोग ने अपना काम किया, अब हम लोग बाहर आ जाएंगे तो ऑटोमेटिक सारी चीजें बंद हो जाएंगी। बस बस इतना रिक्वायरमेंट था कि लाइक हाँ, वो स्विच तक नहीं जाना है। और स्विच तक जो हम लोग का 90% जो केस होता था वो इसीलिए होता था कि स्पेसिफिकली हम लोग वो स्विच तक जाते थे लाइट्स को या फैंस को ऑन करने के लिए। बस बस उस चीज को ऑन करने के लिए वो जगह पे गए, ऑन किया, रूम में है, काम हो गया, लाइक बाहर जाना है कहीं, हम लोग चले गए तो फिर वो बंद करके जाना पड़ता था। और फिर जहाँ पे स्विच है वो कन्वीनियंस नहीं था उतना कि लाइक हम लोग जाए फिर बंद करें। तो इसलिए लाइक तो नो यूआई इज द बेस्ट वे हम लोग ने सोचा था कि लाइक जाएंगे ऑटोमेटिक ऑन होएगा, बाहर आ जाएंगे बंद हो जाएगा, मॉम डैड का कुछ टेंशन नहीं लगेगा। ऐसा आ रहा है कि तो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी सेव होगा इस तरह से। तो लाइक हाँ, तो यह प्रोटोटाइप था हमारा जो हमने पहले बनाया था। लाइक हम लोग फर्स्ट जब हम लोग का टेस्टिंग कर रहे थे तभी इसमें कैसा होता है, हमने डोर पे काउंटर लगाया हुआ है जो काउंट करता है कि पर्टिकुलर रूम में कितने लोग हैं। लाइक जैसे हम लोग रूम में जाएंगे काउंटर इंक्रीमेंट होता है। जैसे कि हम लोग जैसे फोन में देख सकते हैं जो अल्ट्रासोनिक सेंसर लगे हैं वो स्पेसिफिक सेंसर से लेके डोर के नेक्स्ट पार्ट तक के बीच का कितना डिस्टेंस है वो बता रहा है फोन के अंदर। जैसे कि लाइक हाँ, अभी वो पार्ट से ये पार्ट तक यहाँ पे भी एक अल्ट्रासोनिक सेंसर लगा हुआ है। यहाँ तो लाइक जैसे हम लोग यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं, sorry, sorry. जैसे हम लोग यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं 36 जो है वो अल्ट्रासोनिक सेंसर 1 है। वो डिस्टेंस बता रहा है वो कि सेंसर से लेके जो नेक्स्ट पार्ट है डोर तक का उसका कितना डिस्टेंस है। एंड अल्ट्रासोनिक सेंसर 2 जो है वहां से लेके जो अलग दूसरा पार्ट है दूसरे डोर का, लाइक अच्छा उसको हम लोग ने 90 डिग्री एंगल पे लगाया हुआ है। तो फिर जो 90 डिग्री पे जो सेंसर है उसके बीच में और नेक्स्ट जो दीवार है उसके बीच में कितना डिस्टेंस है वो। तो इसके बेसिस पे हम लोग क्या कर रहे थे काउंटर हम लोग इंक्रीमेंट कर रहे थे और लाइट्स एंड फैन ओपन ऑन एंड ऑफ कर रहे थे हम लोग, जैसे कि अभी ऑफ है पूरा, और अभी कंस्ट्रक्शन में था इस पे हम लोग नर्सरी के अंदर टेस्ट करे जो कि न्यू बन रहा है अभी, तो लाइक वहाँ पे अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन था पूरा नर्सरी, तो हम लोग वहाँ पे टेस्ट कर रहे थे जब पूरा, तो अभी ये बंदा अंदर जाता है तो ऑटोमेटिक लाइट्स ऑन हो जाते हैं और यहाँ पे जो काउंटर है वो इंक्रीमेंट हो जाता है। तो लाइक हाँ बेसिकली ये यही है, वो काउंटर जो है वो इंक्रीमेंट होता है, लाइट्स ऑन होती है, जब हम लोग बाहर आएंगे तो लाइट्स वगैरह ऑफ हो जाएंगी। जैसे अभी 2 लोग अंदर गए तो यहाँ पे काउंटर 2 हो गया है। या अभी एक बंदा रूम से बाहर आया तो काउंटर डिक्रीमेंट हो गया और अभी रूम में एक ही बंदा है, ठीक है। जैसे ही फिर सेकंड बंदा बाहर आता है तो काउंटर 0 होता है, जो लाइट्स है वो ऑटोमेटिक ऑफ हो जाएगा, जैसे यहाँ पे वो ऑटोमेटिक ऑफ हो गया है। तो लाइक इससे क्या हो रहा है, लाइक अभी पहले कैसा होता था, प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट क्या था कि बार बार स्विच तक जाओ और कभी भूल गए तो लाइट्स एंड फैंस जो थे वो ओपन ही रह जाते थे, ऑन ही रह जाते थे, तो वो अननेसेसरी जो है लाइट ऑन है, अननेसेसरी जो है फैन चल रहा है, ऐसा होता था। तो वो चीज़ था, प्लस कन्वीनियंस के लिए हमने किया था ये इसमें। अभी हमारा पूरा IoT है, अभी जो एक्चुअल अभी जो हम लोग ने इम्प्लीमेंट किया, ये तो हम लोग का फर्स्ट प्रोटोटाइप था, हम लोग टेस्ट कर रहे थे। अभी एक्चुअल जो सिस्टम इम्प्लीमेंट किया है वो नर्सरी में, जहाँ पे प्रोटोटाइप हम लोग टेस्ट कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे कैसा हो रहा है कि वो पूरा ये IoT का ऑफलाइन सिस्टम हम लोग ने किया हुआ है, तो एक डोर से एक जोन से लेकर दूसरे जोन तक पूरा ऑफलाइन वायरिंग गया है। तो इसमें कुछ वाईफाई हम लोग ने यूज नहीं किया, जो भी है सब वायर्स के थ्रू कनेक्शन हो रहा है, वायर्स के थ्रू कम्युनिकेशन हो रहा है, सारी चीजें ऑफलाइन है, तो जो ऑटोमेशन है वो एकदम सिक्योर है। और देन उसके बाद अभी का जो नर्सरी में हमने इम्प्लीमेंट किया, वहाँ पे हम लोग ने कैपेसिटिव टच सेंसर भी फिट किया हुआ है, जो कि हम लोग खुद ने रिसर्च करके बनाया है। लाइक ऑलरेडी इंटरनेट पे उसका अवेलेबल था, तो हमने उसे कस्टम बिल्ड किया इंटरनेट से तरीका देख करके। तो लाइक हाँ, एंड देन उसको इतना कस्टमाइज हम लोग कर सकते हैं कि उसे दीवार के अंदर हम लोग हाइड कर सकते हैं, पता भी नहीं चलेगा। वो एक स्टिकर जैसा बनाया है हमने, लाइक वो स्टिकर है, वो स्टिकर को जहाँ हम चिपका देंगे वो उतना जो पार्ट है वो टचेबल हो जाएगा, ऐसा इस तरह से वो स्टिकर बनाया है हमने। ये प्रेजेंटेशन में तो नहीं है वो, क्योंकि वो भी अभी अभी हम लोगों ने डेवलप किया है, तो वो पार्ट भी है, वो पार्ट भी बन गया है, कैपेसिटिव टच वाला स्टिकर जैसा। लाइक हाँ, सॉफ्टवेयर रिक्वायरमेंट्स जो है ये। हम्म। तो इससे क्या हुआ कि जो फिर भी हम लोग मैं तो भूल जाता था, लाइक मैं रूम के बाहर आया, अपने रूम के बाहर गया, कहीं बाहर चला गया, तो मैं तो भूल जाता था, लाइक तो वो लाइट फैन ऑन रहते थे, तो वो चीजें हो गई, ऑटोमेटिक ऑन होता है, ऑफ हो जाता है ये। लाइक कभी हम लोग रूम में है और फिर रूम से हम लोग बाहर आ गए, फिर हम लोग बाहर आके कुछ तो काम, कैसा था कि हम लोग रूम में इंटेंशन ऐसा है कि हम लोग जाएंगे 10 मिनट में वापस आ जाएंगे, ठीक है, या तो फिर अभी बाहर जाएंगे और आ जाएंगे फटाक से, तो सब बंद नहीं करते थे। एंड फिर कैसा होता था, बाहर गए एक बार तो फिर बाहर ही कुछ तो काम आ गया, फिर बाहर ही बिजी हो गए, एंड लाइट फैन जो है ऑन ही रह गया, जबकि इंटेंशन कैसा था, हम लोग रिटर्न आने वाले, और तो भी लाइट्स एंड फैन जो है, तो जो भी डिफरेंस हम लोग ने कैलकुलेट किया था हमारे इससे, तो हमको 20% जितना जो हम लोग को डिफरेंस देखने को मिला था सिस्टम इम्प्लीमेंट करने के बाद। हाँ, और मेरा नाम शिवम गुप्ता है, मेरा जो फ्रेंड था जिसके साथ मैंने मिलके बनाया है ये, उसका नाम मयांक है, मयांक लखानी। लाइक हाँ, तो ये मेरा जो है बेसिक आइडिया है, हम लोग ने जो इम्प्लीमेंट किया है अभी, तो इम्प्रूवमेंट इसमें करके अब एक्चुअल में ये नर्सरी में हम लोग ने ना फिट कर दिया है, जो प्ले जोन है वहाँ का, वो प्ले जोन में ये फिट हो गया है, टच सेंसर्स वगैरह लग गया है, और हम लोग इस तरह से इसको बिल्ड किया है हमने कि वो कैपेसिटिव टच का, जब भी हम लोग ना कैपेसिटिव टच पे टच करते हैं तो जो ऑटोमेशन है ना वो ऑन हो, वापस से टच किया तो ऑटोमेटिक स्विच पे शिफ्ट हो जाएंगी, तो स्विच से लाइट ऑन ऑफ होगा। और अगर हमने ऑटोमेशन ऑन किया है कैपेसिटिव टच पे क्लिक करके, टच पैड पे क्लिक करके, तो जो पूरा सिस्टम है वो अब हमारे ऑटोमेशन पे आ जाएगा। लाइक फिर जो ऑटोमेशन हमने जो बनाया है वो भी लाइट को स्विच ऑन एंड ऑफ कर पाएगा, और प्लस स्विचेस का भी हमारे पास जो है इंटीग्रेशन है, तो लाइक अगर हमने स्विच से बंद कर दिया तो भी लाइट जो है बंद हो जाएगा ऐसे। तो वो चीजें, ये दोनों चीजें जो है इंटीग्रेटेड है हमारे सिस्टम में।
बहुत बहुत बढ़िया प्रेजेंटेशन दिया आपने शिवम जी। This is where I want to invite everybody else. बाकी लोगों से को invite करूंगा to share critical feedback. Critically ये चीज अच्छी लगी, बुरी लगी, ये बहुत common है, ये innovative है, ये कैसे scale up होगा, नहीं होगा. I need your critical feedback on this. Shivam ji, you might stop screen sharing so people can talk.
Okay. Yeah. Please share.
Nobody has any recommendations or ideas.
Yeah, I do have a question, sir. May I?
Please go on. Please go on.
शिवम, आपका जो आइडिया है, तो इसके लिए जो एग्जिस्टिंग लाइट्स, फैंस और जो एग्जिस्टिंग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्रोडक्ट्स है, डू वी हैव टू रिप्लेस देम? उसको रिप्लेस करना पड़ेगा? व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज इट? हाउ वन कैन टेक इन? क्या है मतलब एग्जैक्टली?
इसे रिप्लेस नहीं करना पड़ेगा. अभी हमारा जो नर्सरी में है, लाइट्स एंड फैन ना वहाँ पे सब लगा हुआ था. जब भी मुझे प्रोजेक्ट मिला, लाइक मैं R&D करना था और इम्प्लीमेंट करना था, तो उसमें कैसा हुआ कि हम वो नर्सरी में ऑटोमेटिक लाइट्स एंड फैन सारी चीजें फिट थी. तो हमें क्या करना था उसमें, इसमें कैसा होता है, जो एक्चुअल स्विच बोर्ड है ना, वो स्विच बोर्ड के नीचे हम लोग का एक छोटा सा बॉक्स लगता है ऑटोमेशन का, एंड वो बॉक्स जो होता है स्विच बोर्ड से कनेक्ट होता है. तो वायरिंग इस तरह से हम लोग करते हैं कि कोई भी चीजें जो घर के है ना, वो टच नहीं करते हम, कि वो स्विच बोर्ड के नीचे एक बोर्ड आ जाएगा एंड वो बोर्ड जो है ऑटोमेटिक ऑटोमेशन हैंडल कर लेता है. तो सारी चीजें इंटैक्ट होती है ऐसे. या तो एक्चुअल लाइट्स को हम लोग रिप्लेस नहीं कर रहे.
अच्छा, तो मुझे लगता है दिस आइडिया, यही आप जो रिप्लेस नहीं करने की बात करो, दिस विल गिव यू एन एज, बिकॉज वेरी बिग कंपनीज आर आल्सो वर्किंग, राइट? वो भी IoT प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने पे काम कर रहे हैं, बट देयर इन हमें सब स्मार्ट लाइट्स और स्मार्ट फैंस की जरूरत होगी, राइट?
बराबर.
जी.
और ना इसका एक जो अभी हम लोग ने सोचा, मयंक और हमने जो डिस्कस किया था इस बारे में, ये प्लान के बारे में, फ्यूचर प्लान कैसा है. अभी ये नर्सरी में प्रोजेक्ट हम लोग का अभी तक चल रहा है, वो नर्सरी बहुत बड़ा है, उसमें 12 जोन्स है. तो उन 12 जोन्स में से हम लोग ने ऑलमोस्ट 6 जोन्स में जो है ऑटोमेशन लगा दिया है, एंड बाकी जगह पे वायरिंग हो गई है, प्रोग्राम करके उन्हें टेस्ट करना बचा है. ये प्रोजेक्ट के बाद हम लोग ने क्या सोचा है कि हम लोग एक मॉड्यूल बनाए, इंडिपेंडेंट मॉड्यूल बनाए, जिसे हम लोग एक नॉर्मल स्विच को स्मार्ट स्विच में कन्वर्ट कर दे. लाइक घर में फैन लगा हुआ है, वो नॉर्मल फैन को स्मार्ट फैन में कन्वर्ट करना है, बिना उसे रिप्लेस किया या बिना उसे कुछ टच किए. तो वो कैसे करेंगे, वो मॉडल भी हमने सोच के रखा हुआ है. लाइक वो भी पॉसिबल है. तो उसमें कैसा होगा, जो एग्जिस्टिंग स्विच बोर्ड है ना, वो स्विच बोर्ड का वो ऊपर का लेयर कैसे होता है, जहाँ पे स्विच बटन वगैरह लगे होते हैं. तो हमारे पास 2 मॉडल है. या तो फिर हम लोग क्या करें, एक छोटा सा अपना बॉक्स लगाए वो स्विच बॉक्स के नीचे, और उसके थ्रू हम लोग पूरा जो है घर में जितनी चीजें भी हैं, लाइक एक स्विच होता है ना. अभी फॉर नॉलेज के लिए, फॉर एग्जांपल देता हूँ मैं, जितनी भी चीजें जो है जो स्विच से ऑन ऑफ करके चल सकती है, जैसे कूलर अटैच है, ऑन ऑफ किया चालू बंद हो रहा है, AC है चालू बंद किया और हो रहा है, वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पास हो रहा है. या फ्रिज है, फ्रिज का स्विच जो है ऑन ऑफ किया वो हो रहा है. गीजर है, गीजर पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से हम लोग ने कनेक्ट किया एंड देन स्विच से ऑन ऑफ करते हैं. तो ऐसी जितनी भी चीजें हैं ना, वो सारी चीजों को हम लोग स्मार्ट कर सकते हैं, ऑटोमेटिक स्मार्ट कर सकते हैं वो मॉड्यूल के थ्रू. स्मार्ट जो हम लोग का मॉड्यूल बनेगा उसके थ्रू, स्मार्ट स्विच, उसका जो नाम हम लोग सोच रहे हैं, स्मार्ट स्विच. तो लाइक हाँ, वो बस वो जो स्विच है, वो स्विच को हम लोग रिप्लेस कर देंगे. ऑटोमेटिक जो भी अप्लायंस तो स्विच से कनेक्ट होगा, वो वो रिमोटली हम लोग उसको फिर कंट्रोल कर पाएंगे ऐसे. तो एक्चुअल जो सिस्टम घर में लगा हुआ है वो वैसे ही रहेगा, एंड वो स्मार्ट भी हो जाएगा. फोन से भी कंट्रोल कर पाएंगे अगर चाहिए तो एकदम से पॉसिबल है, हम लोग कर भी सकते हैं. लाइक मेरा दूसरा स्टार्टअप भी है. तो उसमें हम लोग क्या करते हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर ही बनाते हैं और वेबसाइट ही बनाते हैं. तो उसका तो हम लोग को फुल फ्लेज पूरा नॉलेज है, पूरी टीम है उसकी अलग से, लाइक वो पूरा बनाते हैं. तो वो चीजें भी पॉसिबल है. तो लाइक ये 2 चीजें चल रहा है हमारा. हाँ.
वाओ, वंडरफुल. लेकिन एक और क्वेश्चन था, जो स्मार्ट आपका जो डिवाइस अगर सब लोग घर में लगाए, एंड देन एग्जैक्टली ये सब फोन से ऑपरेट होता है, मतलब हम हमारे मोबाइल फोन से स्विच ऑफ स्विच ऑन कर सकते?
हम लोग कर सकते हैं, बट अभी जो रिक्वायरमेंट था हमारा नर्सरी के अंदर, उसमें उसमें कैसा रिक्वायरमेंट था कि सारी, अभी वो नर्सरी है जहाँ पे छोटे छोटे बच्चे आएंगे, वहाँ पे रहेंगे उन लोग. तो वो जो चीज था वो एकदम उन लोग को ऑफलाइन चाहिए था, एकदम हैक प्रूफ चाहिए था। लाइक कोई भी बाहर से उसको हैक ना कर पाए, और अंदर से भी हैक करना उसे डिफिकल्ट हो, तो इसलिए वो पूरा सिस्टम जो है ऑफलाइन बना है। उसके लिए कोई ऐप उन्होंने नहीं मांगा था, वो बोले थे कि कोई ऐप वगैरह कुछ नहीं चाहिए, नो यूआई इज द बेस्ट यूआई है ना, वो मोटो यूज करे। तो कोई यूआई नहीं है, कुछ ऐप नहीं है, बस एक जो है ऑटोमेशन कैपेसिटी टच पैड है, वो भी वॉल के अंदर हाइड हो जाता है, उसके ऊपर कुछ स्टिकर लगा देंगे बच्चों का या कुछ कुछ भी लगा देंगे तो वो हाइड हो जाएगा, एंड देन उस पर हम लोग टच करेंगे तो ऑटोमेटिक जो ऑटोमेशन है वो ऑफ हो जाता है। और जो लाइट्स ऑन ऑफ हो रही है वो ऑन ऑफ होती है सेंसर्स के बेसिस पे। तो अगर कोई ह्यूमन बींग अगर है अंदर रूम के अंदर, तो वो जो सेंसर है वो डिटेक्ट कर लेगा कि कोई तो ह्यूमन है, अपने जो बॉडी का हीट होता है वो सेंसर वो हीट डिटेक्ट कर लेगा, एंड उसके बेसिस पे लाइट्स एंड फैन को ऑन कर देगा, लाइक जितनी चीजें कॉन्फ़िगर की है वो। बट ये पॉसिबल है कि लाइक हम फोन से भी कनेक्ट कर पाए, फोन से भी कंट्रोल कर पाए, या कोई वेबसाइट वगैरह है या कोई डैशबोर्ड है उससे भी कर पाए, लाइक फुल्ली पॉसिबल है ये, लाइक कस्टमाइज एकदम कस्टमाइज हम लोग करके बना सकते हैं।
All right, perfect.
Shivam, there are also some pointers in the chat. You might want to address that.
Yes, sir. Yeah. How are you taking care of power surges and load shedding spikes which may damage the device? या लाइक इसके बारे में हमने अभी तक नहीं सोचा है। हाँ, लाइक अब इसके बारे में भी हमें और रिसर्च करना होगा। यस, एंड देन एक सेकंड चैट भी है, एज इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स कंपोनेंट कैन फेल, हाउ वन विल ट्रबल शूट इट। तो ये केस के अंदर ना हमारा सपोर्ट टीम होगा जो क्या करेगा, एवरी 3 मंथ या 6 मंथ में ना वो मेंटेनेंस के लिए एक राउंड अप ले सकता है कि सारी चीजें हो रही है या नहीं हो रही है। और अगर कोई कंपोनेंट हो जाता है तो जो हमारा सपोर्ट है एज एन स्टार्टअप, जो बिजनेस हम लोग ने कैसे सोचा था कि इसको कैसे क्लाइंट्स को या कस्टमर्स को देंगे, कि हम हमारा सिस्टम इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, एंड देन 6 मंथ का जो होता है वो वारंटी पीरियड होगा, जिसके अंदर अगर कोई भी चीजें कोई भी कंपोनेंट जो है वो खराब होता है या कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम आता है तो वो डायरेक्ट कस्टमर केयर को कॉल करेगा, सपोर्ट को, एंड देन जो बंदा है वो आएगा, वो सारी चीजें जो है रिप्लेस कर देगा। तो लाइक हाँ, हमने ऐसा सोचा था क्योंकि कोई चीजें जो है फेल होती है तो ऐसे केस में।
But yeah, Shivam
There's
ji,
one
I
more
had.
question.
Yeah, please go on. Please go on.
Sir, please continue. Okay, may I? Perfect, thank you. शिवम, एक और क्वेश्चन था प्राइसिंग के बारे में, राइट? बिजनेस ऑल अबाउट प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी। सो जहाँ बहुत बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज वर्क कर रहे हैं बहुत सारे लोगों के साथ, मास प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हैं स्मार्ट एप्लीकेशंस का, तो फिर वो टाइम उनसे compete करना प्राइसिंग के मामले में, सो आपने इसके बारे में सोचा है? व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स?
हेलो,
या गो
हेलो,
अहेड।
या आवाज आ रहा है ना?
हेलो, प्लीज
हेलो,
कंटिन्यू प्लीज।
ओके, हाँ, आप अपना क्वेश्चन फिर से रिपीट करेंगी?
या ऑफ कोर्स, व्हाट आई वाज सेइंग इज कि प्राइसिंग की जब बात आती है तो फिर जो कंपनीज मास प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हैं, राइट, तो उन बट नेचुरली वो लोग प्राइसिंग बहुत कट शॉर्ट कर देंगे, एंड देन एज एन इंडिविजुअल सस्टेन करना ऐसे कंपटीशन में, व्हाट हैव यू थॉट अबाउट प्राइसिंग एंड प्रॉफिट एंड सस्टेनिंग? व्हाट इज योर व्यू पॉइंट?
अभी फिलहाल मैं कहाँ पे रहता हूँ, घाटकोपर में, और जो मयांक है वो रहता है एरोली में, और जो हमारा नर्सरी है जहाँ पे हम लोग ने प्रोजेक्ट ये इम्प्लीमेंट किया है वो भी एरोली के अंदर ही है। तो हमने जो रिसर्च किया था मार्केट का, तो वो रिसर्च हम लोग ने क्या टारगेट किया कि जो एरोली वाला जो पार्ट है ना वो एरिया हम लोग बस उसको टारगेट करेंगे, उसके अंदर जो लोकल शॉप्स है या लोकल रूम्स वगैरह है उन चीजों को हम लोग टारगेट करेंगे। तो हमने क्या किया था, सर लोकली शॉप्स पे गए थे, फिर मयांक के भी जो शॉप है एंड उसके भी रेफरेंस से कुछ क्लाइंट्स हमें मिले थे जो क्या चाहते थे कि हम लोग जो है ये जो हमारा ऑटोमेशन है वो उनके यहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंट करें। तो लाइक हमें
Shivam, I think you went on mute accidentally.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me? Yeah.
The problem
So
is
Shivan,
sorted.
yeah, Shivan, you there? Shivam, I think we lost him.
मेरा आवाज आ रहा है ना सर?
हाँ तो सभी आ रहा है. आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
हाँ, लाइक तो वो कैसा था, प्रॉफिटेबली हमने कैसा सोचा था कि जो स्मॉल एरिया है हम लोग पहले उसे टारगेट करेंगे। तो ऑफलाइन जो क्लाइंट्स है हम लोग ने उनसे बात हो गया है हमारा, तो इसमें कैसा हुआ है, और हमने ऑनलाइन भी सर्च किया था, स्मार्ट स्विचेस मिलते हैं लाइक वो 1000 से 1500 के अराउंड में मिलते हैं, और अगर हम लोग भी कस्टमर से स्मार्ट स्विच इम्प्लीमेंट करें तो वो भी अराउंड अराउंड जो हम लोग खुद से मैनुअली बना रहे इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं ना, अगर एक साथ में 10 जो बनाए तो वो हम लोग को जो कॉस्ट पड़ रहा है अराउंड वो 800 के आसपास पड़ जा रहा है स्मार्ट स्विचेस जो है वो। तो फिर भी अगर हम लोग उनसे compete करना चाहे तो एक लोकल मार्केट में जो है हम लोग कर सकते हैं, लाइक ऐसा हमने ट्राई किया। जो भी एक लोकल एरिया है वो हम लोग जो टारगेट कर रहे हैं फिलहाल ऑफलाइन में, तो लाइक हाँ वहाँ वहाँ पे हम लोग सोच रहे हैं अभी पहले छोटे एरिया में टारगेट करें, वहाँ पे सब अच्छे से सॉर्टेड हो जाएगा, देन फिर हम लोग स्केल करेंगे इस बारे में, ऐसा प्लान है।
Does anybody else have any questions or
शिवम,
suggestions?
एक फाइनल क्वेश्चन था मेरे पास.
Yeah, please.
That is, yeah, can you hear me?
हाँ हाँ
Yes, we can.
ये सब पूरा।
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So क्वेश्चन ये था कि आप लोगों को कन्विंस कैसे करोगे कि you should get used to this new product or to smart appliances.
या तो इनिशियली ये जो प्लान है ये हम लोग जो हमारे हम उम्र है लाइक जिनका एज 20 से लेके 25 या जो ऐसा न्यू जनरेशन है, तो हम लोग ने क्या सोचा है कि पहले उन्हें टारगेट करेंगे कन्वीनियंस के लिए, जैसे हमने प्रॉब्लम फेस किया है ये, लाइक ऐसा ऑटोमेशन घर में होना चाहिए, तो उन चीज़ों के लिए हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। और ये सारी चीज़ें जो हैं ये स्टार्टिंग में हमने कैसे सोचा है कि मास पब्लिक के लिए नहीं होगा, ये जो स्पेसिफिक एक पीपल है जो इन चीज़ों को अफोर्ड कर सकता है, क्योंकि ये सारी चीज़ें जो लग्जरी में आ रही है, क्योंकि ऑटोमेटिक लाइन ऑन होना ऑफ करना एक लोकल जो होम होता है उनको ऐसा रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है। बट अभी कोई भी ऐसा बंदा है जो अफोर्ड कर सकता है, जिसे थोड़ी सी लग्जरी चाहिए, तो जो इनिशियल टारगेट ऑडियंस है हमारा इनिशियली वो है। जब हम लोग वो स्मार्ट स्विच वाला कॉन्सेप्ट एक्चुअल में उसका प्रोटोटाइप रेडी हो जाएगा कि लाइक किसी भी स्विच को हमने स्मार्ट स्विच में कन्वर्ट कर दिया, तो वो केस में फिर हम लोग मास ऑडियंस को फिर टारगेट करेंगे जैसे।
Perfect. So there's
मैंने
one
आपको
question.
क्वेश्चन का सर दिया ना मैंने।
Yeah, perfect. आपने solve किया. There was a question which I would like to ask you.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. So we were talking about Shivam was talking about target audience here, target market here, and he was talking about being very specific about it. But when I earlier presented my idea, I was trying to focus on mass, like the entire audience. So what is more profitable when you begin an idea? Is it good to target a particular audience, or is it good to go for the general population? What's your take on that?
Well, I would say both sell. We also have customers for Mercedes and we also have customers for Maruti. So दोनों sell करता है depending on the product. We also have people using Micromax phones and Apple phones. So I would say your product and your market segmentation, they have to be in sync and in alignment. I would say your product also is comparatively a very niche product, because when I speak about entire 130 crore population in the country, and if I speak about people willing to invest money for the taste of the water, so they can really enjoy it, have a feel of it, and can drink good water, it's very minuscule. So I would say your market is also very niche and very premium market. So I think that does make sense. What do you think? Does that make sense?
Right. Perfect. I think I'm getting a new idea here. I think the target audience should be shifted from general population to those who are health conscious. What's your take here?
Yes, that's what we have. So again, it depends. If you are manufacturing a Micromax, think about general population. But if you're manufacturing an iPhone, don't even think about general population. Depends on what you're giving out. It has to be in alignment.
Perfect. So, sir, when I talk about health conscious population, is there any age barrier which comes into picture? Is there any
I wouldn't say age
starting
barrier. In my personal opinion, it is about a mindset barrier. Can you hear me? Just quickly checking in.
Yes, yes, perfect. Please go ahead.
I would say it is not about age barrier. It is about mindset barrier, because people who are health conscious, irrespective of the age or the amount of money that they make or the place that they live, they may be living in a slum or probably in a penthouse. People who are health conscious are health conscious. It is a state of mind. So your segmentation would be completely different. It would be to not have age or financial barrier. That's my opinion. But I may be wrong. You do your market research. What suits you best? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, of course it does. Right, it's the mindset barrier. I get your point. It's the mindset
Lovely.
barrier. So the one question which I'd like to ask here is, sir, how
Sure.
do you like find those gems or those customers which are having that mindset from the general population? Like, what's the way?
What do you think is the way? Are me and you experts in that? So pick up a marketing expert.
I basically think
I would
okay,
say pick up a. I can give you
survey is
my
the way.
ideas, my limited understanding, but my expertise is into strategic business management. It is not into marketing. So my idea may be good, but they may be limited. So yes, that's how about it is. I think yeah, Lokita was written some chat about Shivam. So yeah, Purva, that's how it is. Pick up a marketing guy. Sounds good. Great.
Yes,
So
sir,
Shivam,
it's perfect, perfect.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat.
या शिवम.
Hmm.
So शिवम, मुझे एक चीज बताइए आप आपके इसके डिस्कशन में.
Yes, sir.
You have a product which is working.
Yes.
चाहे उसमें अपग्रेडेशन है, थोड़े मोटे चेंजेस है, आई अंडरस्टैंड, वो हमेशा रहेंगे. एक प्रोडक्ट वर्किंग है और आपके पास एक वॉल्यूम का ओपिनियन भी है कि हम समझो 10 प्रोडक्ट एक साथ बनाते हैं तो 800 रुपए में पड़ता है, समथिंग लाइक दैट, राइट? अप्रोक्सीमेटली. सो मैं
Yes,
आपसे
sir.
ये कहूंगा, माय ओपिनियन इज टू थिंक अ लिटिल लार्जर. इफ यू वेर टू मैन्युफैक्चर 10,000 पीसेस, अगर आपको एक साथ 10,000 पीस मैन्युफैक्चर करने हैं, तो वो 10,000 पीस मैन्युफैक्चर करने के लिए आपको इनपुट कहां से मिलेगा और आपका 10,000 पीस खरीदेगा कौन? सवाल समझा आपने मेरा?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
तो
So,
अगर मैं आपसे कहूं कि समझो आपको मैं एक लमसम पैसे लाकर देता हूं और आप
okay.
अगले महीने से धंधा चालू करो, आपको हर महीने 10,000 पीस बनाने हैं और हर महीने 10,000 पीस बेचने हैं, तो आपको जो सेटअप चाहिए उसके लिए, आपको समझो फैक्ट्री चाहिए, या आपको चाइना से सस्ता माल खरीदना है, या आपको इलेक्ट्रिशियंस चाहिए, टेक्नीशियंस चाहिए जो लोग घर घर जाके इंस्टॉल करेंगे, ये सारी चीज आपको लगेगी, लोग लगेंगे ना 10,000
Yes,
एक
sir.
साथ पीस मैन्युफैक्चर करने हो और इंस्टॉल करने हो
Yes, sir.
तो अगर ये सारी चीजें लगेगी तो आपको टोटल पैसे कितने लगेंगे? क्वेश्चन समझा?
Yes, sir. Total पैसे समझा मुझे क्या क्वेश्चन है. 10,000 पीसेस के लिए आप पूछ रहे हैं ना?
परफेक्ट है. तो नेक्स्ट टाइम, ऑफ कोर्स दिस इज नॉट अ कन्वर्सेशन फॉर राइट नाउ. आप वो ध्यान में रखिए, हैव दिस क्वेश्चन रेडी एंड फाइंड एन आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन. क्योंकि अगर आपका बिलीव है आपकी प्रोडक्ट में, अगर आपको लगता है कि भी कंपटीशन है, कंपटीशन हमेशा रहेगा. इफ यू बिलीव दैट यू कैन सेल इट बेटर देन अदर्स, आप वो बेटर सेलिंग कैसे कर सकते हैं? समझ रहे हैं आप?
Yes, sir.
तो गो बैक टू योर फ्रेंड्स, टॉक टू योर पार्टनर्स, उनको बोलो यार अगर हमको 10,000 करने हो तो हम कैसे करेंगे, उसका एक प्लान बनाइए. अगर वो प्लान रेडी है तब जाके आप किसी इन्वेस्टर को बोल सकते हो, भाई मेरे पास ये प्लान रेडी है, मैं 10,000 पीस ऐसे बनाऊंगा, 10,000 पीस ऐसे बेचूंगा, मेरे को उसके लिए XYZ पैसा चाहिए, आप उतना पैसा दीजिए, मैं आपको उस पर इंटरेस्ट दूंगा या प्रॉफिट दूंगा. You can have your startup up and running in less than 3 months. The only thing that is blocking is you thinking in that fashion. You have that option. समझ रहे हैं आपसे क्या कह रहा हूँ मैं?
यस सर, हाँ यस सर, मैं समझ रहा हूँ। और अभी भी ना सर, अभी इनिशियल मैंने कैसे प्लान बना, ये सर हम लोग का प्लान तो ऐसा है कि इंडिपेंडेंट हम लोग करेंगे, बट अभी हम लोग कहाँ फंसे हैं कि जो नर्सरी,
आप बड़ा बनना चाहते हो, लेकिन कब तक
प्लान वाला ये
5 साल 10 साल?
जैसे हमारा नर्सरी का एक प्रोजेक्ट खत्म हो जाएगा जो चल रहा है ऑलरेडी, जिसमें 6 जोन्स में हो गया है, बाकी जोन्स बचे 6 जोन, वो जैसे ही पूरा होगा उसके बाद सीधा हम इस प्रोजेक्ट पे, ये जो प्रोडक्ट है इसके ऊपर काम चालू कर देंगे। तो वो ऑलरेडी स्टार्ट हो चुका था और चल रहा था वो, तो वो चलते चलते हम लोग अभी कैसा है कि हमें स्टार्टिंग में जो भी पूरा बिल्ड किया है वो मैंने खुद ने बिल्ड किया है और मयंक साथ में था सपोर्ट के लिए। तो फाइनेंशियली मुझे वो हेल्प कर रहा था, पूरा टेक्निकलिटी जो था वो मैं खुद देख रहा था। तो हम लोग साथ में थे, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट किया, मैंने चीजें फिट की, सारी चीजें लगाई। तो फिर एक टाइम आने के बाद मुझे समझ में आ गया कि अभी चीजें रिपीट हो रही है। तो फिर अभी हमने क्या किया कि एक बंदा जो है इलेक्ट्रिशियन जो था उसे हमने रख लिया है, एंड उसे मैंने ना जो क्या क्या कुछ करना है मैंने पूरा एक मॉडल रेडी कर लिया था कि लाइक हाँ इतनी चीजें मैंने करी है, बस इन चीजों को रिपीट कर देगा तो ये सिस्टम जो है इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाएगा। तो वो चीजें मैंने प्रिपेयर कर दी, उसे सिखा के उसे दे दिया, तो वो साइड बाय साइड काम कर रहा है। और हम जो है फिर आगे फ्यूचर में और कैसे करना है, इम्प्रूव कैसे करना है, कुछ नया इससे रिलेटेड और क्या कर सकते हैं वो डिस्कस करें। तो अभी प्लानिंग ऐसा है कि एक बार नर्सरी हो गया। हाँ,
मैं अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ
हाँ,
आप जो कर रहे हो, अकेले हाथ बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हो। मैं आपसे ये कह रहा हूँ कि थोड़ी सी सोच बड़ी रखिए।
हाँ,
हर आइडिया अच्छा होता है।
ओके,
एवरी आइडिया इज अ गुड आइडिया अगर उसे सही तरीके से अप्रोच किया तो। साउंड्स गुड?
बराबर, हाँ सर,
हाँ जी,
हाँ सर,
बढ़िया है। सो लेट मी जस्ट लुक एट द चैट। आई थिंक आई एम लुकिंग एट
ओके।
some chats. Can I pitch though, Anish? Yes, Anish, you certainly can. Please go on if you would wish to share something.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you
So
are. Please
actually,
go
I'm
on.
out of town, so maybe I'll face some network issues. And if I
Take
face,
your
I'll
time.
just
No problem.
yeah, I'll just chat in the chat box.
Yeah, please go on.
So just a ordinary what do you call a techie guy who wants to build a startup of its own. So I have planned something to fight for a climate change, and it is in agriculture sector. This is a well-known concept called hydroponics, where you have to grow plants in water without using soil. So my aim is to build such a product. I have been already doing market research since very long. I have been building a product, and it has been particularly working to be good to go. I am into my second yield now. I had planted and seeded tomatoes and chilies, and I have tested it in complete container basis. So I am in my chilies second yield now. So in a month or two, I am ready to harvest chili. So basically, planning for a soilless agriculture, which will help to get the rid of soil. And when we say plant a tree, but where? And the product is nothing but simple a tube. It has an oxygen filter inside it, some water, some nutrient, and a seedling to go. So the market research I did is ask some urban designers or architects, where there's a new trend where people want to plant trees, but they are just backing off because it's soil strains or something like that. Also, the traditional old method from soil uses much more water. So yeah, this is a product where I'll be demonstrating a hydroponic system, which will have some grow lights, and which will be fully automated through mobile app. So you just have to fill the water and you are ready to go. So first, I am planning to set a research center, because since the concept is new and very hard to explain people that this really works and this is really helpful. And the main motive is not to make money. Just to thrive the startup will need some money, but climate change is the main cause I am looking for, because eventually we'll have to we are living in a very what do you say, a very hectic or unpleasant life right now. So also plants in front of us make us really cool and pleasing in nature. So yes, that's what the idea is about.
The idea is interesting. As I said, every idea is a good idea. Uh, yes, I think Purva has something in the chat that you might want to look at.
Yeah, I'll just take that. No, actually, if you consider a normal pot with soil, so this hydroponic system will take less than 3 eggs of water. So this will be water effective. So this will need very less water compared to the system what we are using for. Also, also what do you say? The growing time of the plant. I mean, if there's a chili plant in a soil and chili plant in this hydroponic system, it will also grow 2x to 5x times the soil. So this is artificially natural or something you can call. But this totally needs a pure more research and development to get into this. But as a customer, everyone who would like to pick up their own chilies at their house, and just they're just picking up the chilies and it's just going into their pan. So it's and another type of experience we need to have. So that's what I am planning about.
It is interesting. Does anybody else have any questions or opinion?
Yes, I do have a question
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
for yeah. Anish, if the idea is so good and it requires less water than the conventional idea, why is it that it's not working out? Like, why is it that other people are not adapting it? So,
Yeah,
what
so
is
the upfront cost is a little high when you talk about the initial development. So it is comparatively very high. But if you consider it on a period of year basis, it might be very useful. Like it would be very cheap. I also did a market research because I had a question that some people might also ask the abhi ka farmers ka kya, they are so hardworking. So I told that we could also make such systems into their lands, and also they can be benefited from this. So it won't be like I will be selling these plants and these systems, but also would help them to survive also. So yeah, so this is what it is about.
Perfect. And any other opinions or questions that we may have?
And this could be controlled via smartphone or a app. That's pretty simple. But the as long as the plant is living, that's what it is concerned. Then the IoT and the later technical part comes in.
So Anish, what are the next steps that you are planning for before it becomes a real
Yes, sir.
company?
Exactly. I had received an article yesterday that Karnataka government is looking for hydroponic systems to the state. So before something really big hits up, I really need to think over it. So the next step would be to have a small team to demonstrate a practical and do some R&D basis on it.
Lovely, lovely.
Because
Something like Shivam may have a very small prototype, but he is still putting a lot of efforts. So yes, next thing might be to gather a team and have a live prototype. Once it is working, then in the next phase you can think about scaling it up and
yes,
approaching an
sir.
investor.
Sir,
I think
actually,
that's an excellent idea.
yes, sir. Sir, actually, what happens in my case is, in case of IoT, you just need to check the power. If it's working, it's good. If not, then you'll need to debug it. But sir, in my case, it is really difficult for the plant to survive also. Like I mean, the germination takes 7 days. Then the to grow to 5 to 4 centimeters needs 15 days maybe. So this all cycle I have been doing this since a year and a half maybe. So this process requires a lot of time, not energy, but requires whole lot of time to execute.
Perfect. That does make sense. Yes. Any other questions, or can we move on to
So
the
this
next
is what
person?
I'm planning to have a small kit that would be placed in our homes, and who wouldn't like picking up their own tomatoes and chilies and directly have them. Like it may be a 15 or 20 per tree, but like it would be a pure satisfaction that this is my grown or our grown, and we really like when we go to our villages and pick our own things. So why not in urban cities? And also this would be a stress buster also, I guess, I suppose. So I've been to a office and they were like either soil ka strains hai, so we are not planning anything, but if you have such idea, then we'll think over it. So the first step will be to set up a small R&D or something, like 2 or 3 people maybe, and then to implement it in my society first, and then think of scaling it up. This is what it's all about.
That is interesting process. I understand. But keep all the different areas in mind, right? The financials, the place of purchasing the raw materials, and all of that. Keep
Yes
that
sir.
in mind.
Yes sir. So if you keep all that aside, the only main thing here is the technical and the IoT part can be easily done. I've already done some of that, but if the plant is only not surviving, so in that case the water parameters need to be absolutely normal. The light parameters need to be absolutely normal. The oxygen in the water needs to be checked regularly. So this is what I am looking for, that the customer has already so much of work to do, so he just has to put in some water, and there would be some water level indicators on his phone, and pH sensor readings and everything would be on phone, and it would be automatic in these cases.
That is good. I think there are some chat questions for you. You might want to
Yeah.
address them before we move on.
Uh, so there is no size constraint here. I have ideally in the conventional hydroponic system, people have used pipe through it. They have drilled holes in it and they have started this. So you can really use a bucket. You can really use a container of your choice. You can literally use a plastic bag. You can literally do anything you want. Yes, and also it can be implemented in a gallery or a window pane. I had included some grow lights for this, but if the natural light is available, the plant would be more happy than the grow light.
Perfect. So I think Anish, your idea is interesting, and I think your pathway ahead also is good. Just make it pretty quick, because the sooner you have a prototype, the sooner it is for you to plan your scalability and reach out to someone to invest into it. I think it's a good idea.
Yes, sir.
So I think Anisha or someone, I just noticed your chat. Feel free to present your idea. We would love to hear. I think that's Ashwin. I'm so sorry, Ashwin. Ashwin, feel free to present.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Do we have Ashwin here? I think Ashwin did write in the chat, right? Doesn't seem to be
Ashwini,
here.
sir.
Ashwini, I'm so sorry, Ashwini. My apologies. Please present your idea.
It's just a thought. I never actually researched about it much. I recently started thinking and I wanted to do it for a long time. So I just wanted to ask you about this.
Sure. Please go ahead.
Like, how should I start and ideas and where should I start it from, actually?
So I'm sorry, which specific idea are we referring to, or how would that be?
It's just like an e-commerce website where people can,
Yes,
sell
regarding the
their...
books. Yes, regarding the
Sorry?
books that you want to sell. So Ashwini, let me just throw it out to the audience first, to all of the participants. Well, Ashwini is keen on beginning an e-commerce website which focuses on books. What is everybody's opinion about this idea? What can she do about it, or what can make it really successful and unique? Just inviting any other suggestions. But there's nobody with any suggestions here.
Can I give one, sir, with your permission?
Please go on, sir. Sir, please go on.
Okay. So Ashwini, I think you might have seen there are many book sites which are available right now, and there are books on rent available. You know, there are sites which allow you books on rent. Then there are sites which allow you to have like Safari in safaribooks.com or something like that, which allows you accounts where you can create subscription for a e or PDF type books which can be read directly online, you know, for certain amount of days or months that you can subscribe to it. And there are books where there is a pure sale type of book where you get hardbounded book copied at your home. So what you can think of developing, I mean, there can be another feature which is, I think, missing, not checked. If it is there, you can check it up. If you can come up with an idea where people with books at home, there are a lot of books, people have good books that are there at home, but they have read it already 1 or 2 times. Now they want to they go to their Radiwala, or they go to a person with book exchange kind of stuff who gives them some amount of money. And many a times I've seen that they thug these people. Now, good high quality books are sold at a very cheap price. So instead of that, these people like OLX, you can put up book objects on sale. You can keep these books which you are not interested anymore on sale. There will be a audience where people can be having more interest in these books, and they can buy those books directly from you. So that can be a little, you know, you'll get a better appreciation price compared to market price, as well as the interested people will take the right book. And at the same time, they don't have to pay the MRP of the book. Even if it is second hand, if it is in good condition, why not? So that is one of the idea that I was thinking of long back. I thought that I can propose since the topic came. Yes, sir, that's all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I understood.
Well, does anybody else have any suggestions? So we can probably discuss further on this. So, you know, Ashwini, in my opinion, an interesting point as a process to build a successful startup would be to look at something called as USP. That is your unique selling point, as Avijit sir also mentioned to some extent. Uh, of course, there are a zillion websites. We got Flipkart, Amazon, and free books and whatnot, OLX, and a lot of other places where a lot of books are getting sold. But what would be so unique? So you as a reader, you yourself as a consumer of books, what is it that you find missing in all of these or most of these sites? So if you are the one who is a customer who wants to buy and purchase, what is the value addition service that you're looking at? If you try and focus about it, you might want to do a bit of market research and ask a lot of readers that what is missing in Amazon, what is missing in Flipkart, what is missing in other platforms, or what else would you want to go for? Because you know these e-commerce sites are not specifically designed for selling books. They're designed to sell anything and everything, and books is one of those. But if we have something specifically designed for books, how would it look like? What would it contain? You may not want to just look at a front cover page and probably a few page preview like you see in Kindle. If you really want to try and buy a book, you might look for something else. E-commerce में typically बेचने के लिए क्या करते हैं, एक फोटो लगा देते हैं, डिस्क्रिप्शन लिख देते हैं. But that may not be the best way to sell books. Probably a better way to sell books is something else. So try and take a feedback, some market research from book readers. Secondly, you might also want to try and approach some marketing experts on better ways of doing your market survey and research. That how can I have a website which is unique to books, and how do I also make it pretty big out in the market? Why would people follow it? So what would be the right medium of trying to publicize your website with the USP? Once you have these two things in mind, then comes probably a stage of simple prototyping and going a little beyond that. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Anybody else would like to add or share something? Well, I think your personally believe your idea is pretty good. It is interesting. And of course, all the topics and the processes that we've been discussing since yesterday, just try and focus on them. Look for unique selling point and the prototype and the people around and your leadership skills. And yes, you would definitely have a great startup. So
So
this
also
brings me, yeah, please.
if someone wants to sell their books, if they don't want or they don't need anymore, they can also sell it.
Yes, yes, of course. See if that
And
turns out to be.
also, I was thinking of adding like a delivery where they, the people who want they buy the books so they can get the delivery.
See, you can learn from competition websites from other industries. Say, for example, I can think about, let's say, Cars 24. So when I see ads of Cars 24 from a seller perspective, what they are promising is that you bring in the car and you get the money in like 4 to 6 hours. That doesn't happen in traditional market. There are many websites where you can sell cars. You have OLX, you have carwale.com, a lot of other websites. But what Cars 24 does is it focuses on the convenience of quick money. So if you are someone who is inviting sellers to sell their books on the platform or about the delivery, you might want to focus on some similar such value, that you put the posting online and within 2 hours you will have the money in your hand. Something on those lines, which encourages sellers to come out and put things on your website. So think about it. Do a research from a seller perspective. If someone's really selling out old books, what is the challenge that they face? They don't know where to go apart from Raddiwala. So that's why they end up going to Raddiwala. They don't know true value of it. The way Abhijit sir mentioned, they may sell out high quality books at a cheaper rate because they don't know where to go. Can you offer that? Think about that USP. What do you think, Ashwini? So, Abhijit sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I think this brings me towards the end of my 2 day monologue from my end. Unless somebody else has any other interesting idea to share, I would love to hand it over to you for closure.
Yeah, I think we can take few more questions if there are
Yes,
any.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Is there possibility of any more questions? Because later
Yes, I'm right here.
we will not have a direct dialogue with Deep sir at this moment. So taking one more point that Ashwini was talking about and what Deep sir said, uh, see, publishers basically discourage second-hand books because they obviously want to sell the MRP books, books on MRP, so that they get the maximum profit out of the sale. Now, that is one more reason that you will observe, find that there are very few sites, or I think no site, who actually talk about resale of books. You know, there is no site as such. Publicly, you won't find those sites because publishers themselves would try to, I think, pressurize that. Amazon people also, Flipkart also. Flipkart basically started as a booking site, site which e-commerce site which is only for books, and later it expanded to other object products and so on and so forth. So even Flipkart, you will observe that they don't resale books. They will try to give you the fresh books, fresh bounded books kind of. That's one more factor that you can look forward to, because there is no market associated to this, and at the same time there is a lot of need. Market of need is there, market of supply is not there. So there is a need based market which is available, and Ashwini, you can look forward to developing such a site which will help many of us who want to just clear their cupboard to fill in new books. uh, this kind of delivery system, as you were saying, I can deliver it to you, or you can take and pick up all my books and give me, as it sales, you can give me a cut out of it. I'm happy with that. If you are having a fixed criteria like 60% cut you give per book, and 40% is what you take. I mean, that itself is a good thing, because Radiwalas will give me like 10 rupees per book. That's how they actually do the sale.
Absolutely, yes, they do.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So again, so I strongly believe every idea is a good idea as long as you follow a stringent process and methodology of making it into a successful company. Certainly can work. Yes, sir. So any other questions from anybody? I would love to address them. We still have a few more minutes left.
Okay. Just a small feedback from my side.
Sure.
I was keeping in and out. Sorry for that, because there were other events which are going on, and I have to look into other devices to. There's parallelly 3 laptops running right now in front of me.
I can imagine.
Yeah, jumping around to devices to work around, because this is a festival. Samanvay is a festival of all the departments, and as you were one of the resource person for the biological sciences in the morning, same way there are other resource persons and events which are going on, and this is like one time in a year event, so it's a big deal for us for to start
I
with.
hear you. I hear you.
Anyways, thanks a lot, sir, for all your efforts that you have taken, and I think the spark is what you have put into in everyone's mind about how one can think about creating their own startup, seeding their own startup, having those leadership qualities that will incorporate the way we have to go ahead in entrepreneurship. The field of entrepreneurship, I think, cannot be summed up in just 2 days. I'm sure this is just a peak of an iceberg that you are trying to display us,
It
and there's
is. It
a long way
is.
ahead. As I was discussing with you earlier, before we started this workshop, Heather was there and you were there, and we were discussing how every student has that spark, but just because he does not have the right resources, that spark is cooled out, and over the time you just become another mule in the race. So either you have to decide, are you going to become a mule or a horse? And a horse is the entrepreneur, is what I always assume in this respect. One who tries to run ahead of everybody and actually win the race. So a mule is one who actually takes all the load of others and walks, while the horse will take the load of the owner and he's the owner to run around.
That's an amazing analogy. I truly appreciate that.
Right. So I think that is what you are trying to portray from last 2 days, and it has been imbibed in every student's mind. I really thank you for all your efforts and the way you have arranged this. And we have never had such a resource person who actually, gave such an interactive session, even in this online platform.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm truly honored for this appreciation. And thank you everyone for attending and being so contributive. It truly helped a lot.
Now, I would request Ritu Kanse to give the vote of thanks formally from the department end, so that we can put the curtain on this particular session. Even if you don't want to, I'm very sure that you don't want this to end. But we have everything which has a start has an end, is what the saying goes. So we need to put a curtain on this, but this is just a partial curtain. I'm sure we will have many more productive sessions with Deep Sir in the coming days. We will keep you informed, since now we have your email address. We will post you over the email the event invites, and feel free to join in. Queries, if any, I think Deep Sir can take on offline over his email address, which is shared with
Certainly
you
I can. Certainly I can.
on the chat. Also, there's a classroom which we have already made. You can put your comments on this classroom, as well as the feedback link which was shared with you. Please do share your positive or negative feedback. Creative feedback is what we would always look forward to. Constructive feedback, I'm sorry, which what we would look forward to. Yes, Ritu, up to you. Over to you, please. Ritu, you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please continue. Thank you.
I thank our guest, Mr. Deep Mody sir, for the time and effort you took to share your knowledge with us. I would like to thank our principal ma'am, Dr. Anushri Lokur, for always motivating us. I would thank our HOD, Mrs. Megha Sawan ma'am, for hosting this workshop and encouraging us to participate in this workshop. I thank all the faculties for arranging this workshop. I thank you all the participants for actively participating in this workshop. Also, thanks to the volunteers for actively engaging themselves in arranging this workshop. Thank you all.
Thank you once again for inviting me, and I truly acknowledge all the comments in the chat section. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was indeed pleasure being here. Thank you, Abhijit sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I give my please give my regards to Heather. I think she has
I
left
certainly will. I
uh,
certainly will.
night there. so, uh, so please give my regards to her, and we would look forward to your and her session in future days to come.
Certainly, certainly. Looking forward to it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
Thank you, everybody, for your great comments on the chat session. Also, it's very encouraging.
Sir, have you given us the attendance link for today?
I think it was passed on, no, in the morning. Was it?
No, sir.
Okay, let me just pass it on quickly. Just a second. I'll give you the feedback link and the attendance link both. So this is the attendance link which I've passed on, and the feedback link for the session.
Thank you, sir.
So there are two links which I've passed on. One is the feedback link, one is attendance link. Please, everybody, put your feedback and attendance for the same. So as promised, e-certificates will be provided for only those students who have attended both the days, okay, for the sessions. We have kept the record of the same, and we will discuss with Deep Sir, and accordingly, through Samsara, you will get a certificate in association with Ruya College. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks a lot. Has everyone taken the link? Has everyone clicked on the link? Then I can request Deep Sir to end the meeting because he's the host right now. Yeah, just put yes if you have already clicked on those links in the chat box. Then I can request Deep Sir to end the meeting. I want yes from everybody. Thank you, Lokita. Okay, great. I think almost everybody has put their yes. Deep Sir, can you please stop the meeting? Thank you, guys. Take care. Bye.